Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey through 1100 years of an empire that refused to die. Imagine a city so powerful that enemies spent centuries trying to conquer it. A place where gold flowed like water, where secret weapons saved civilization itself, and where emperors made decisions that would echo through a millennium. This is the story of Byzantium, the empire that survived when Rome fell, the fortress that held back invasions for over 1,000 years, and the civilization that changed our world forever. What made this empire so resilient? How did one man's gamble create a superpower that would outlast everything around it? Before we step into this incredible story together, I need your help. If you enjoy these deep dives into history, please subscribe to the channel and hit that like button, but only if you genuinely find value in what we explore here. And I am curious, where are you watching from right now? What time is it where you are? Drop a comment and let me know. I love hearing from you. Now, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle background sound, and let us embark on this journey together through the golden streets of history. The year is 324. The Roman Empire stood for over 1,000 years. Rome, the eternal city, has been the beating heart of civilization since before anyone can remember. Emperors are crowned there, laws are made there. The greatest temples, the mightiest armies, the most brilliant minds, all roads lead to Rome. And then one man decides to abandon it all. His name is Constantine. Constantine the Great, they will call him. But right now, in 324, he is making the most audacious decision any Roman emperor has ever made. He is going to move the capital, not just move it to another Italian city, not just relocate to somewhere nearby. No, Constantine is moving the heart of the Roman Empire 1,000 miles away to a small Greek town most Romans have never even heard of. A town called Byzantium. Now, imagine the shock. Imagine being a Roman senator. Your family has served Rome for generations. Your ancestors fought in the Punic Wars, and suddenly the emperor announces he is leaving, just packing up and going. It would be like waking up one morning and hearing that the president decided to move the capital from Washington to some random town in Alaska. People must have thought Constantine had lost his mind. But here is the thing. Constantine was not crazy. He was a genius. Let me paint you a picture of what Constantine saw when he looked at Byzantium. This little town sat on a peninsula where Europe meets Asia. On one side, the Sea of Marmara. On the other, a natural harbour so perfect it looked like the gods themselves had carved it. They called it the Golden Horn because of the way sunlight glinted off the water at dawn. And running between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, right past Byzantium, were the straits that controlled all trade between East and West. Whoever controlled this spot controlled everything. Spices from India, silk from China, grain from Egypt, gold from Africa. It all had to pass through here. Constantine looked at this place and saw something nobody else did. He saw the future, but moving a capital is not like moving your apartment. Constantine was essentially saying, we're going to build a second Rome, and we're going to do it in 6 years. 6 years. To build a city that would rival Rome itself. The logistics were insane. Constantine brought in 40,000 Gothic soldiers, warriors from the tribes that had been terrorizing the empire for decades, and put them to work as construction crews. He stripped gold from pagan temples across the empire. If you were a priest of Jupiter or Apollo watching your temple being torn apart, you probably thought this was the end of the world. In a way, it was. It was the end of the old world. Constantine forced noble families to move. Can you imagine that conversation? Hey Marcus, I know your family has lived in Rome for 8 generations, but pack your things. We are going to Constantinople. That is what he named it, by the way. Constantinople. The city of Constantine. Modest, right? But here is what makes this whole thing even more remarkable. Constantine was not just moving the capital, he was transforming the entire empire in 3 fundamental ways, all at once. First, the location. We have talked about how strategic it was, but think about what this meant militarily. The old Rome was exposed. Barbarians could march right up to it. Constantinople, though, you had to cross water to attack it from 3 sides. Those walls they were building, they would become legendary. We will talk about them more later, but just know this. Those walls would stand for over 1,000 years. Attackers would throw everything at them and fail again and again. Second, Constantine made Christianity the religion of the empire. This was absolutely revolutionary. For 300 years, Christians had been persecuted, fed to lions, burned alive. Now, suddenly, the emperor himself was Christian. He was building churches everywhere. The most powerful man in the world was saying, "That religion we have been trying to destroy, that is our religion now." The psychological whiplash must have been unbelievable. And third, and this is something people often overlook, Constantine reformed the currency. He introduced a new gold coin called the solidus. Each one weighed exactly 4.5 grams of pure gold, 72 of them to 1 Roman pound. And here is the kicker. That coin barely changed for the next 700 years. 700 years of monetary stability. Do you know how insane that is? The American dollar has only existed for about 250 years, and it has changed dramatically in that time. Constantine created a currency so stable that it became the international standard for 3/4 of a millennium. So Constantine was betting everything on this triple gamble. New capital, new religion, new money. If any one of these failed, the whole thing could collapse. And remember, he only had 6 years to pull this off. The construction must have been chaos. Picture thousands of workers hauling marble from quarries, ships bringing materials from across the Mediterranean, architects arguing over designs, engineers figuring out how to build an aqueduct system to bring fresh water to a city that did not exist yet. And Constantine micromanaging everything because he knew his entire legacy depended on this working. They say Constantine himself walked the boundaries of the new city with a spear in his hand, marking where the walls would go. His advisors supposedly asked him, "Lord, how far are you going to extend the city?" And Constantine, looking straight ahead, said, "Until the one walking before me decides to stop." He was talking about God. Whether you believe that or not, it shows you Constantine's mindset. He thought he was building something divine, something that would last forever. And you know what? He almost got it right. The city he built would stand for 1123 years. Think about that. 1123 years. The United States is 248 years old. Rome itself, from founding to the fall of the Western Empire, was about 1200 years. Constantinople would nearly match that, and it would do it while under constant attack. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let us go back to 330, because this is when Constantine officially inaugurated his new capital. He threw a celebration that lasted 40 days. 40 days of games, feasts, ceremonies. He brought in the best entertainers, the finest athletes, gave out gifts to the people. He was not just opening a city, he was declaring a new era. Constantine stood in the new forum. He had copied the layout from Rome, but made everything bigger, shinier, and dedicated the city to the Virgin Mary. not to Jupiter or Mars or any of the old gods, to Mary. Right there, you could see the old world dying and the new one being born. Now, here is something fascinating that most people do not realize. The people living in Constantinople did not call themselves Byzantines. That is a name historians made up centuries later. If you asked someone in Constantinople what they were, they would look at you like you were stupid and say, Roman, obviously. As far as they were concerned, they were the real Romans. Those people in Italy who got conquered by barbarians, those were the fake Romans who lost their way. And in a sense, they were right. Constantinople kept Roman law, Roman government, Roman military tactics, all the things that made Rome great. They just did it in Greek instead of Latin, with Christianity instead of paganism, and from a better location. Constantine died in 337, just 7 years after founding his city. He was baptized on his deathbed. Apparently he'd been putting it off because baptism washed away sins, and he wanted to save it for the end to make sure all his sins were covered. Smart thinking, Constantine. But his death created immediate problems. He had divided the empire among his 3 sons and 2 nephews. Anyone who knows anything about history knows that splitting an empire among relatives is a recipe for disaster. And sure enough, within months they were killing each other. Constantine II attacked his brother Constans and died in the attempt. Constans then ruled for 10 years before being assassinated. The nephew Gallus was executed. It was a bloodbath. But here is the remarkable thing. Through all this chaos, Constantinople stood firm. The city Constantine built was so well designed, so strategically placed, so wealthy from trade, that it did not matter who was emperor. The city itself was becoming more important than any individual ruler. Ships came into the Golden Horn from everywhere. Egyptian grain ships, 3 stories tall, carrying enough wheat to feed the city for months. Arab merchants with spices and perfumes. Chinese traders with silk so fine you could pull an entire bolt through a wedding ring. African gold, Indian gems, Russian furs. All of it flowing through Constantinople, and the city taking a cut of everything. The customs duties alone were staggering. Every merchant ship that entered the harbour paid taxes. Every caravan that crossed from Asia to Europe paid fees. The city was printing money, literally. Those solidi that Constantine introduced, the mint could barely keep up with demand. Foreign kings hoarded Byzantine gold because they knew it would never lose its value. And it was not just wealth, it was knowledge. Constantinople had libraries filled with ancient texts, universities where scholars studied philosophy, mathematics, medicine, law. While Western Europe was descending into the Dark Ages, and yes, I know historians do not like that term anymore, but come on, it got pretty dark. Constantinople was preserving and advancing human knowledge. Think about what we owe to this city. When Western Europe forgot how to read Greek, Constantinople kept it alive. When ancient manuscripts were being burned by barbarians in Italy, Constantinople was copying them and storing them safely. Plato, Aristotle, Euclid, Galen, we know their works today because Constantinople saved them, but it was not all intellectual pursuit and peaceful trade. Constantinople needed to defend itself from day one. The Persians attacked, the Avars attacked, the Slavs, the Bulgars, the Arabs. Everyone wanted a piece of this rich strategic city. And this is where Constantine's choice of location really paid off. Remember those walls? They were not just walls. They were a triple layer of defensive fortifications that would make a modern military engineer weep with envy. An outer wall, an inner wall, a moat between them, and towers positioned so that defenders could rain arrows down on anyone trying to approach. Attackers would have to fill in the moat, break through the outer wall, cross a killing zone, then break through an even thicker inner wall, all while being shot at from multiple angles. For over 1,000 years those walls held. Everyone who attacked them failed. Well, almost everyone. We will get to the exceptions later. But here is what I want you to understand about Constantine's gamble. He was not just building a city, he was creating a civilization that could survive anything. Economic collapse, the solidus kept its value. Military invasion, the walls held firm. Political chaos, the institutions kept functioning. Religious upheaval, the church provided stability. It was resilience by design. Constantine looked at what destroyed previous empires and built a system to withstand those exact pressures. Rome fell to barbarians because it was in the wrong place and spread too thin. Constantine put his capital in the perfect location and focused its resources. Previous emperors debased the currency and caused inflation. Constantine made a coin so pure and consistent it became synonymous with quality. Old Rome depended on paganism that was dying. Constantine bet on Christianity, which was growing explosively. Every decision Constantine made was about survival, and it worked. Long after Constantine himself was dust, long after his sons killed each other off, long after the Western Roman Empire collapsed entirely, Constantinople stood, growing, thriving, getting richer and more powerful. The locals must have walked through those marble streets, past the fountains and monuments, watching ships from around the world unload in the harbour, and thought, Constantine knew what he was doing. They called it the Queen of Cities, the city guarded by God himself. And as the decades passed and turned into centuries, as empires rose and fell around it, as the map of the world changed again and again, Constantinople remained. A lighthouse of civilization in a dark sea, a fortress that could not fall, a city that refused to die. But Constantinople was more than just a city. It was an idea. The idea that with the right location, the right systems, the right vision, you could create something that would outlast mortality, something eternal. Constantine, who walked those boundaries with a spear in his hand, had built himself a monument that no pyramid could match. And this was just the beginning, the foundation, the first chapter of a story that would span 11 centuries and shape the world we live in today. Because what came next, the golden age of trade, the secret weapons that saved the empire, the emperors who would become legends, the battles that changed history, the cultural achievements that sparked the Renaissance. All of that was built on Constantine's gamble, on his decision to abandon Rome and build something new, something better, something that would endure. So as you drift off tonight, think about that. Think about having the courage to abandon everything familiar and bet everything on a vision. Think about building something meant to last not just years or decades, but centuries. Think about Constantine standing in his new forum in 330, looking at the city he had willed into existence, and knowing, just knowing, that he had changed the world forever, and he was right. But the story of Byzantium is not just about its beginning. It is about how it survived, how it thrived, how it became the richest, most powerful, most culturally advanced civilization of its age, and how, eventually, after 1100 years, it finally fell. In our next part, we will explore the secret of Byzantium's wealth, the golden currency that became the dollar of the Middle Ages, the trade networks that spanned 3 continents, and the economic system so advanced it would not be matched for 1,000 years. We will see how money, more than armies, kept this empire alive through centuries of warfare, how a single coin became a symbol of stability in an unstable world, and how the Byzantines turned gold into power. But that is a story for the next chapter. For now, rest easy knowing that we've begun a journey through one of history's most fascinating empires. An empire that started with one man's impossible dream and became a reality that lasted longer than most civilizations even dared to imagine. Sweet dreams, and I will see you in the next part of our Byzantine journey. Now let me ask you something. What would you trust more, a brand new currency that just launched last year, or money that has held its value unchanged for 7 centuries? Because that is exactly what the Byzantine Empire created, and it is one of the most remarkable achievements in all of economic history. Picture this. You're a merchant in the year 900 somewhere in the markets of Baghdad. You have silk from China, spices from India, and you want to trade. But here is the problem. Currencies are a mess. The local coins keep changing in value. One year a silver dirham buys you 10 pounds of pepper, the next year it buys you 5. You never know what your money will be worth tomorrow, but then you see it, that distinctive glint. Someone pulls out a Byzantine solidus, and immediately everyone in the market perks up. Because that coin is as good as gold, literally. It has been 4.5 grams of pure gold since the year 312, and it is still 4.5 grams of pure gold now, 600 years later. Your grandfather trusted it. His grandfather trusted it, and your grandson will trust it too. This is the story of the currency that became the dollar of the Middle Ages, the coin that built an empire and kept it alive through wars, plagues, invasions, and political chaos. The solidus was not just money. It was a promise, a guarantee, a symbol that Byzantium could be trusted when no one else could. Let us go back to where this started. Constantine, when he founded his new capital, understood something fundamental about power. Military might matters, yes. Strategic location, absolutely. But if you want to build something that lasts, you need economic stability. You need people to believe in your money. The old Roman aureus had been a disaster. Emperors kept adding more and more cheap metal to it, making each coin worth less and less. It was like watching someone water down wine until you're basically drinking coloured water and wondering why you paid for wine. People lost faith. The economy was in chaos. Inflation was out of control. So Constantine did something radical. He said, "We are starting over." He created the solidus. The word means solid in Latin, which tells you everything you need to know about his intentions. And he set an ironclad standard. 72 coins to 1 Roman pound of gold. Each coin weighed 24 carats, and most importantly, he made sure the purity stayed at about 95.8% gold. Now, you might wonder, why not make it 100% pure? Here is the clever part. The technology of the time could not refine gold to absolute purity. But Constantine turned that limitation into a feature. He set the standard at what was actually achievable, about 23-carat gold, and then he maintained that standard religiously. No cheating, no cutting corners, no emperor could wake up and decide, "You know what? Let us add a little copper to stretch our gold further." Well, technically they could, but they did not for 700 years. Think about that. 700 years of monetary discipline. Do you know how rare that is in human history? It is like finding out someone kept the same New Year's resolution for 7 centuries. The impact was immediate and massive. Traders from Europe to China started demanding payment in solidi. Why? Because unlike every other currency in the world, a solidus today would be worth the same as a solidus next year, or 10 years from now, or 100 years from now. It was the closest thing the medieval world had to a stable investment. Vikings in Scandinavia hoarded Byzantine gold. Archaeologists have found thousands of solidi in Swedish graves, Norwegian burial mounds, Danish treasure hoards. These Norse warriors, who raided and pillaged across Europe, what did they want most? Byzantine gold. They would take their plunder, trade it for solidi, and bury those coins with their dead because they believed, correctly, that Byzantine gold was eternal. Arab caliphs, even though they were at war with Byzantium, preferred Byzantine currency to their own. There are records of Islamic rulers paying their armies in solidi because the soldiers trusted it more than local dinars. Can you imagine? Your enemy's money is so good that you would rather use it than your own. The Byzantines even had a clever system for international trade. They minted slightly lighter solidi specifically for foreign commerce. These weighed about 4.25 grams instead of 4.5, and they had a star stamped on both sides, so everyone knew they were the export version. It was brilliant. They kept the full-weight coins for domestic use, and saved a bit of gold on international transactions. But even the lighter versions were so reliable that traders still loved them. Let me give you some real numbers to show you what this meant for everyday life in Constantinople. We have records from the 6th and 7th centuries that tell us exactly what things cost. A construction worker earned 1/20th of a solidus per day. That is about 21 fols. Fols were the bronze coins used for small purchases. A casual labourer in Alexandria made about 1/23rd of a solidus daily. For that money, what could you buy? A pound of fish cost 6 fols. A loaf of bread in times of shortage went for 3 fols. Your family's vegetable allowance for one day cost 5 fols. The cheapest blanket you could find was 1/4 of a solidus. A decent used cloak would set you back 1 full solidus. And if you needed a donkey, which was basically the used car of the medieval world, you were looking at 3 or 4 solidi. These prices remained relatively stable for centuries. Imagine that. Imagine if the price of bread today was the same as it was 200 years ago. That is the kind of stability the solidus provided. But here is where it gets really interesting. The solidus was not just about economics, it was psychological warfare. When Byzantine ambassadors showed up at foreign courts, they came with bags of these perfect gold coins. They would lay them out, let the light catch them, let foreign kings hold them and feel the weight. The message was clear. Byzantium is rich. Byzantium is stable. Byzantium is eternal. You might beat us in a battle, but we will outlast you. We always do. And it worked. There are documented cases of barbarian chieftains who attacked the empire, won some battles, then got invited to Constantinople and completely changed their minds. They would see the wealth, the organization, the endless flow of gold and think, maybe we should be allies instead. The solidus bought peace more often than armies did. The empire had this tax system that was both brilliant and ruthless. Every merchant ship entering the Golden Horn had to pay customs duties. They called it the komakion. In the 12th century, this single tax was collecting 20,000 hyperpera per day. Per day. That is over 7 million hyperpera per year just from one tax at one port. Oh, the hyperpyron. We should talk about that. It came later, in the 11th century, when the solidus finally started to debase. But we will get to that tragedy in a bit. For now, just know that at its peak, the Byzantine Empire's annual revenue was about 5,600,000 hyperpyra. To put that in perspective, that was enough money to maintain an army of 100,000 men. And they did. The Byzantines were so wealthy that their emperors gave gold away as diplomatic gifts and still stayed rich. They paid tribute to enemies to avoid wars, subsidized allies to keep them friendly, and handed out gold to visiting dignitaries like it was candy. Emperor Justinian II paid 80,000 silver coins to the Avars for peace. His wife Sophia paid 45,000 solidi to the Persian king Khosrau for a one-year truce. Emperor Tiberius II Constantine gave away 7,200 pounds of gold each year for 4 years. 7,200 pounds of gold per year, and the empire kept functioning. Where was all this wealth coming from? Trade, mostly. Constantinople sat at the crossroads of the world. If you were in Europe and wanted Chinese silk, it came through Constantinople. If you were in Asia and wanted African gold, it came through Constantinople. If you were anywhere and wanted Egyptian grain, Indian spices, Russian furs, Arabian perfumes, Persian carpets, all of it flowed through the Golden Horn. The Byzantines did not even have to produce much themselves. They just took a percentage of everything that passed through. It was the ultimate middleman position, and because the solidus was trusted everywhere, they could trade with anyone. A merchant from Germany could buy goods from an Indian trader using Byzantine currency, and everyone was happy. But maintaining this system required incredible discipline. Every emperor who came to power faced the same temptation. Just add a little cheaper metal to the coins, make more money, solve our budget problems. It is the oldest trick in the government playbook: debase the currency. And for centuries they resisted. How? Part of it was tradition. Part of it was understanding that the solidus was the empire's true strength. But part of it was also practical. The mint workers knew the formula. The merchants knew what real gold felt like. If you tried to cheat, you would get caught immediately, and the scandal would destroy your reign. There is this fascinating thing that happened with goldsmiths. Because gold was so central to the economy, goldsmiths became incredibly important. They did not just make jewellery. They were money changers, bankers, and economic advisors. They controlled huge amounts of public funds. Under Emperor Justinian, goldsmiths basically ran the financial system. They could make or break economic policy, and the state watched them like hawks. Every piece of silver was marked with official hallmarks. Gold was regulated down to the tiniest detail because gold was the monetary standard. If you were caught counterfeiting solidi, the punishment was brutal. We're talking execution, and not the quick kind. This created a trust system that modern economists study. When everyone knows the money is real, when everyone knows it will be real tomorrow and next year and next century, the whole economy functions better. People save, they invest, they plan for the future. Contrast this with places where currency was unstable. People spent money immediately because it might be worthless next month. They did not save. They did not build. They just tried to survive. The Byzantines built. Oh, did they build? The wealth from trade and the stability from the solidus allowed them to construct architectural marvels. Not just in Constantinople, but across the empire. Churches with domes that seemed to defy gravity, aqueducts that brought water from miles away, palaces that made foreign visitors gasp, libraries filled with books worth fortunes, all funded by that steady stream of gold. But nothing lasts forever, and here is where our story takes a darker turn. In the 10th century, Emperor Nikephoros II Phocas decided to get clever. He introduced a new coin called the tetarteron. It was still gold, but it was lighter, about 4.05 grams instead of 4.5. The idea was to save gold while keeping the same number of coins in circulation. The full-weight solidus, now called the histamenon to distinguish it, continued alongside the tetarteron. At first, people hated it. The tetarteron was unpopular and only sporadically minted, but the idea was out there. The taboo had been broken. If you could make coins lighter, why not make them less pure? The 11th century brought disaster. A former money changer named Michael IV became emperor in 1034. And Michael knew all the tricks. He began slowly, carefully, debasing both the Tetateron and the Histamenon, adding a little silver here, a little copper there. Not enough that anyone would notice immediately, but over years the purity dropped. Romanos III Argyros, who ruled from 1028 to 1034, started it. Michael IV continued it, and subsequent emperors kept going because once you start debasing currency, it is almost impossible to stop. You need the extra money, your budget depends on it. And hey, the last guy did it and got away with it, so why should not you? By the end of the 11th century, the solidus that had been 95.8% pure gold for 7 centuries was down to about 70%. The coin that had built an empire was dying. People noticed. Of course they noticed. Merchants started testing coins, weighing them, checking their purity. Trust evaporated. Foreign traders demanded more coins for the same goods because they knew the coins were worth less. Inflation crept in. The economic miracle was ending. Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who took power in 1081, faced an economic catastrophe. In 1092 he made a desperate decision. He abolished the debased solidus entirely and introduced a new currency, the hyperpyron. It was 85% gold, lighter and smaller than the old solidus, but at least the standard was clear and consistent. The hyperpyron worked for a while. It stabilized things, but the magic was gone. The hyperpyron was respected, yes, but it never achieved the legendary status of the solidus. It could not. How do you recreate 7 centuries of perfect trust? And here is the really tragic part. The word soldier in English comes from solidus, because Roman and Byzantine soldiers were paid in solidi. The word entered the French language as sou, which became a unit of account worth 12 deniers. Variations spread across Europe, the Italian soldo, the Spanish sueldo. The solidus shaped the monetary vocabulary of medieval Europe and beyond. Even after the empire fell, the solidus lived on in memory and language. It became the gold standard that other currencies aspired to. The Venetian ducat, the Florentine florin, all of them were trying to recreate what the solidus had been. A currency so trustworthy it needed no enforcement, only reputation. Think about what that means. A civilization can fall, but if its money was good enough, people remember it for centuries. The solidus outlived the empire that created it, at least in spirit and in language. There is a lesson in here somewhere about trust and consistency, about how the hardest thing in the world is not making a promise, but keeping it year after year, generation after generation, century after century. The Byzantines kept their promise for 700 years. When they finally broke it, the empire had less than 400 years left. Maybe that is a coincidence, or maybe economic stability really was the foundation of everything else. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, think about that gold coin. 4.5 grams of pure gold gleaming in a merchant's hand, worth the same in Constantinople as in Baghdad, in Kiev as in Cairo, in the year 400 as in the year 1100. Think about the discipline it took to maintain that standard through wars, plagues, palace coups, and every other crisis imaginable. The solidus was more than currency. It was proof that some things, if built right, can transcend the chaos of history, at least for a while. But even with all that gold, even with the most stable currency in medieval history, Byzantium still faced its greatest challenges, because money alone does not keep you alive when enemies are at your gates. When armies surround your walls and navies blockade your harbour, you need more than economic power. You need military genius, you need innovation, You need weapons that your enemies cannot counter. And in the next part of our story, we will see exactly that. We will discover the mysterious fire that burned on water, the secret weapon so devastating that it saved Constantinople from certain destruction. We will meet the refugee scientist who created it, watch it incinerate enemy fleets, and understand why the formula was guarded more carefully than the crown jewels themselves. Because sometimes survival depends not on how much gold you have, but on what you can do that nobody else can. But for now, rest easy with the knowledge that for 7 glorious centuries there was one thing in this uncertain world that people could absolutely count on. One constant in a sea of change. One perfect circle of gold that meant exactly what it said it meant, year after year, emperor after emperor, generation after generation. Sweet dreams, and we will continue this journey soon. What would you do if you inherited an empire that was half of what it used to be? Would you accept the loss and defend what you have? Or would you spend everything, your treasure, your army, your people's lives, trying to get it all back? That was the choice facing a man named Justinian in the year 527, and the decision he made would create one of history's most spectacular successes and most tragic failures, all wrapped into one reign. This is the story of the last Roman emperor who truly believed he could restore Rome to its ancient glory. The man who built a cathedral so magnificent it still takes your breath away 1500 years later, and the man who watched a plague kill half his empire while his dream of reunification crumbled around him. Justinian was not supposed to be emperor. He was a peasant's nephew from a backwater province. His uncle Justin was an illiterate soldier who somehow became emperor, probably because he was the only general nobody saw as a threat. Big mistake. Justin brought his brilliant nephew to Constantinople, educated him, and essentially let Justinian run the empire while Justin sat on the throne looking imperial. When Justin died in 527, Justinian was ready. He had been preparing for this moment his entire adult life, and he had a vision that was breathtaking in its ambition. He was going to reconquer the Western Roman Empire, all of it. North Africa, Italy, Spain, everything the barbarians had taken. He was going to make the Mediterranean a Roman lake again, just like in the old days. Oh, and while he was at it, he would reform Roman law, build the greatest church in Christendom, reorganize the government, and generally fix everything that was broken. No big deal, right? But here is where the story gets really interesting, because Justinian had a partner. Her name was Theodora, and her story is so wild you would think I was making it up. Theodora started life at the absolute bottom of Byzantine society. Her father was a bear keeper at the Hippodrome, the massive stadium where chariot races were held. When he died, Theodora and her sisters were left with nothing. To survive, Theodora became an actress, and in Byzantine society, actress was basically a polite word for something much less respectable. We have accounts, some probably exaggerated by Justinian's enemies, describing her performances that were, shall we say, not suitable for family audiences. She travelled around the empire, probably working as a courtesan until something changed. Maybe she got tired of that life. Maybe she found religion. Whatever happened, she returned to Constantinople a different person, started working with wool, and caught Justinian's eye. Justinian fell completely in love with her. But there was a problem. Roman law forbade senators from marrying actresses, and Justinian was not just any senator, he was the heir to the throne. His aunt Euphemia, the empress, absolutely refused to allow the marriage, so Justinian waited. When Euphemia died, he convinced his uncle Justin to change the law, and in 523 Justinian married Theodora. The aristocrats were horrified. A peasant emperor was bad enough, but now his nephew was marrying an actress. The scandal was delicious. The upper classes of Constantinople probably talked about nothing else for months. But Theodora was not just some former actress playing at being empress. She was brilliant, politically savvy, and absolutely ruthless when necessary. Justinian made her co-ruler, which was almost unprecedented. Coins showed both their faces. Official documents required both their signatures. She held her own court, received foreign ambassadors, and made policy decisions. And in 532 she saved Justinian's throne and possibly his life. It started with sports. Yes, sports. The chariot racing teams in Constantinople were not just sports teams, they were political factions. The blues and the greens represented different social classes, different religions, different political ideologies. Imagine if your local football teams became political parties with private armies, and you will get the idea. In January of 532, both factions united against Justinian. They rioted in the streets, burned buildings, and proclaimed a new emperor. This was not just a riot. This was a full-scale revolution. The mobs controlled the city. They had a rival emperor ready to be crowned. Justinian's generals were divided on what to do, and Justinian himself was ready to run. He had ships prepared in the harbour. The plan was to flee Constantinople, escape with his life, and maybe try to retake the throne later if possible. His advisors were begging him to leave while he still could. The palace was surrounded. The city was burning. It looked like the end. Then Theodora stood up. We have the speech recorded by the historian Procopius. She looked at her husband, this man who wanted to reconquer the world, and said, "If flight were the only means of safety, I would not flee. Those who have worn the crown should never survive its loss. Never shall I see the day when I'm not saluted as empress. If you mean to fly, Caesar, well and good. You have the money, the ships are ready, the sea is open. But I shall stay. I like the old saying that purple makes the best burial shroud. Purple, the imperial colour. She was saying she would rather die as an empress than live as a commoner. Can you imagine? The city is burning. Mobs are calling for your death. Your husband is ready to flee, and you give a speech about how you are staying to die with dignity if necessary. Justinian stayed, and more than that he acted. His general Belisarius took 3,000 troops, 3,000 against a mob of tens of thousands, and trapped the rioters in the hippodrome. What happened next was brutal. Belisarius's soldiers surrounded the stadium and killed everyone inside. Estimates range from 30,000 to 50,000 people, slaughtered in a single afternoon. It was a massacre, but it ended the rebellion. The rival emperor was executed, the city was pacified, and Justinian learned a valuable lesson. Never show weakness, never hesitate, and always listen to Theodora. With the Nika riots crushed, they called it Nika, because the rioters' rallying cry was Nika, meaning victory. Justinian could pursue his grand vision, and the first target was North Africa. The Vandal kingdom in North Africa was rich, weak, and ripe for conquest. Justinian sent General Belisarius with just 15,000 men and 500 ships. The aristocrats thought it was a suicide mission. How could 15,000 men conquer a kingdom? But Belisarius was a military genius. In 2 battles he completely destroyed the Vandal army. Within a year, North Africa was Byzantine again. Belisarius returned to Constantinople in triumph, leading the Vandal king as a prisoner in a traditional Roman triumph. It was the first such triumph in centuries. Justinian must have felt invincible. Next, Italy. The Ostrogothic kingdom was bigger, stronger, and tougher than the Vandals. But Justinian believed in Belisarius, and once again, Belisarius delivered. For nearly 20 years, Byzantine armies fought up and down the Italian peninsula. They captured Rome, lost it, captured it again. They besieged cities, fought pitched battles, and slowly, painfully, reconquered Italy. The cost was horrific. Italy, which had been prosperous under the Ostrogoths, was devastated. Cities were destroyed, the population plummeted. The Gothic wars turned Italy into a wasteland. Some estimates suggest the population of Italy dropped by half. But it was Byzantine again. Justinian's dream was coming true. He even grabbed a piece of Spain, taking advantage of a Visigothic civil war to seize the southern coast. By the mid-550s, Justinian had done it. He had reconquered a huge chunk of the old Western Empire. The Mediterranean was a Roman lake again. Maps of the empire showed territory stretching from Spain to Syria. It looked like the glory days had returned. But it was an illusion, a beautiful, expensive, ultimately tragic illusion. While Justinian was conquering the West, he was also building, and what he built was extraordinary. The Hagia Sophia, the Church of Holy Wisdom, was Justinian's masterpiece. The old church had burned down during the Nika riots, and Justinian decided to build something the world had never seen. He brought in the best architects, mathematicians, and engineers. Isidore of Miletus and Anthemius of Tralles were not just builders, they were geometric geniuses who understood mathematics and physics in ways that would not be matched for centuries. They designed a dome that seemed to float on air, 107 feet in diameter, soaring 180 feet above the floor, seemingly supported by nothing but light streaming through windows at its base. When it was dedicated in 537, Justinian supposedly exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." He was comparing himself to the biblical king who built the first temple. That was Justinian, never thinking small. The Hagia Sophia was not just beautiful, it was a statement. It said, "We are the center of civilization. We can do things nobody else can do. We are eternal." For 1,000 years it was the largest cathedral in Christendom. Visitors from across the world came and wept at its beauty. It inspired Islamic architecture when the Ottomans later converted it into a mosque. Even today, even as a museum, and now a mosque again, it takes your breath away. But while Justinian was building monuments and conquering kingdoms, something terrible was approaching. Something that would make all his achievements seem hollow. In 541, the first cases appeared in Egypt. A strange sickness, fever, chills, swellings in the groin and armpits. People went to bed healthy and were dead by morning. Bodies piled up faster than they could be buried. The plague of Justinian, historians call it now. But it was just the plague then, spreading like wildfire across the empire. From Egypt it went to Palestine, from Palestine to Syria, from Syria to Constantinople. By 542 the plague was raging in the capital. The death toll was staggering. Contemporary sources claim 10,000 people died per day at the peak. That is probably an exaggeration, but even if the real number was half that, it was apocalyptic. The city could not handle that many corpses. They filled every cemetery, then started burying bodies in mass graves. Then when those were full, they packed bodies into the towers of the city walls. Ships were filled with corpses and sent out to sea to sink. The smell must have been unimaginable, the terror absolute. Nobody knew what caused it, how it spread, or how to stop it. Rich and poor died alike. Righteousness meant nothing. Holy men died as quickly as sinners. and then Justinian himself caught it. For days the emperor lay in his palace, burning with fever, covered in swellings. The empire held its breath. If Justinian died, there was no clear successor. Civil war was inevitable. Everything he had built would collapse. But somehow Justinian survived. Whether through luck, good medical care, or sheer stubbornness, he pulled through. Most people who caught the plague died. Justinian lived. But the empire did not escape so easily. Modern historians estimate the plague of Justinian killed between 25 and 50 million people across the Mediterranean world. In Constantinople alone, perhaps 40% of the population died. Some cities were completely abandoned. Farmland went untilled because there was nobody left to work it. Trade collapsed because there were not enough merchants, sailors, or customers. The tax base evaporated. The army could not recruit enough soldiers. The territories Justinian had conquered in the west required constant military presence to hold, but now there were not enough troops. Italy, devastated by war and plague, could barely support itself, let alone send revenue to Constantinople. And here is the tragic irony. All that gold from the solidus, all that wealth from trade, all those resources Justinian had spent on reconquest, much of it was wasted. Within a generation of his death, most of what he had conquered was lost again. The Lombards invaded Italy and took large parts of it. The Visigoths retook southern Spain. North Africa held out longer, but was eventually conquered by the Arabs. Justinian's dream of restoring the Roman Empire died with him. Actually, it died before him. He spent his last years watching the plague ravage his empire, watching his conquests slip away, watching his grand vision crumble. But here is the thing about Justinian: despite all the failure, despite the plague, despite the cost, he left a legacy that still shapes our world. His legal reforms, the Corpus Juris Civilis, became the foundation of law across Europe. Even today, legal systems from France to Louisiana trace their roots to Justinian's code. He took 1,000 years of contradictory Roman laws and organized them into something coherent, something usable. It was a gift to civilization that outlasted his empire. The Hagia Sophia still stands, still inspires, still proves that humans can create beauty that transcends time, and he proved something important: that ambition, even failed ambition, matters. Justinian reached for something impossible and nearly grasped it. He showed that one person with vision and determination can change the world, even if not in the way they intended. There is something deeply human about Justinian's story. He wanted so badly to restore the past, to make things like they used to be, to bring back the glory days, and he spent everything trying. He nearly bankrupted the empire. He fought wars that killed hundreds of thousands. He survived a plague that killed millions, and in the end, he failed. But what a magnificent failure. What a spectacular attempt. Because here is what Justinian understood that many of us forget: playing it safe, accepting decline, being content with less than what came before. That is a kind of death too. At least Justinian tried. At least he reached for greatness, even knowing the cost might be catastrophic. And in those moments, like when Theodora stood in the burning palace and declared she would rather die in purple than flee in rags, or when Justinian gazed up at the completed dome of Hagia Sophia, or when Belisarius returned triumphant with North Africa restored, in those moments the dream was real, the glory was genuine, the impossible became possible, if only briefly. That is worth something. Maybe it is worth everything. So as you settle in tonight, think about Justinian and Theodora, the peasant and the actress who became emperor and empress, the couple who refused to flee when revolution burned around them, the visionaries who built monuments meant to last forever and conquered kingdoms that slipped away like sand, the survivors of a plague that killed millions. Were they fools to try, or would they have been fools not to? I will leave you to ponder that question, but the story of Byzantium is far from over, because after Justinian came centuries of struggle, where the empire learned to survive not through conquest, but through cunning, where Byzantine emperors discovered that sometimes the best weapon is not the one you swing, but the one your enemies cannot understand, where a mysterious fire that burned on water saved Constantinople from certain destruction. And that is where we will go next, into the desperate years when Byzantium was surrounded by enemies, outnumbered 10 to 1, and survived anyway through innovation, secrecy, and the most devastating naval weapon the medieval world ever saw. A weapon so terrifying that enemies fled at the mere sight of it. A weapon whose formula was guarded more carefully than the imperial crown itself. But for now, rest with the knowledge that sometimes the greatest stories are not about winning, but about daring greatly, about trying the impossible, about refusing to accept that glory has to fade. Sweet dreams, and we will continue soon. Imagine standing on the walls of Constantinople looking out at the sea and watching an entire enemy fleet burst into flames. Not just burn, explode into fire so intense that the water itself seems to be on fire. Flames that stick to wood, to flesh, to anything they touch, and cannot be put out with water. Fire that roars like thunder and spreads across the waves like a living thing. Your enemies screaming, jumping into the sea to escape, only to find the fire follows them beneath the surface. This was not mythology. This was real. And for 700 years it was the Byzantine Empire's most closely guarded secret. The weapon that saved Constantinople from certain destruction again and again. A chemical formula so mysterious that even today, with all our modern science, we cannot quite figure out how they made it. This is the story of Greek fire, the napalm of the ancient world, the superweapon that changed the course of history. But like all great stories, this one begins with a refugee fleeing for his life. The year is 668. The Byzantine Empire is in trouble. Deep trouble. Everything Justinian conquered, gone. The plague weakened the empire so badly that enemies are circling like sharks. The Persians have been hammering the eastern borders for decades. The Avars and Slavs are raiding from the north. And worst of all, a new power has emerged from the Arabian desert, Islam. Within just 30 years of the Prophet Muhammad's death, Arab armies have conquered Syria, Palestine, Egypt and North Africa. These were the richest provinces of the Byzantine Empire. Gone. Just gone. The Arabs are not raiders. They are conquerors, and they are brilliant at warfare. Light cavalry, superior tactics, religious zeal, and momentum that seems unstoppable. And now they're coming for Constantinople itself. The Arab commanders look at Constantinople and see a prize beyond imagination. If they can take this city, they control the straits, they control trade between Europe and Asia, they destroy the last great Christian empire, and they open the door to conquering Europe. Everything hinges on Constantinople. The Byzantines know it. The Arabs know it. Everyone knows it. Into this desperate situation comes a man named Callinicos. He is from Heliopolis in Syria, a region that has just been conquered by the Arabs. Callinicos is an architect, maybe also an alchemist or engineer. The sources are not entirely clear. What we do know is that he fled from Muslim-controlled Syria to Constantinople, probably in 668, and he brought with him an idea for a weapon. Now, Incendiary weapons were not new. People had been throwing burning oil and pitch at enemies for centuries. The Romans used something called prepared fire in their military manuals. But what Callinicos proposed was different, revolutionary. He claimed he could create a liquid fire that would burn on water, stick to whatever it touched, and could only be extinguished with a very specific combination of vinegar, sand, and, wait for it, old urine. Yes, urine. We will come back to that. Emperor Constantine IV, who was desperately trying to hold the empire together, gave Callinicos resources to develop his weapon, and whatever Callinicos created, it worked. It worked so spectacularly well that it would save the empire for the next 7 centuries. The formula itself? We will never know for sure. Callinicos kept it secret. He passed it to his sons, who passed it to their sons. The Byzantine emperors guarded it like the crown jewels. Actually, more than the crown jewels. Emperors sometimes gave away crowns and regalia to foreign rulers. They never, ever gave away Greek fire. Emperor Romanos II, ruling in the 10th century, declared that 3 things must absolutely never reach foreign hands under any circumstances. First, the Byzantine imperial regalia. Second, any royal princess. Third, Greek fire. And you know what? The first 2 occasionally did end up in foreign hands when politics demanded it, but never the third, never Greek fire. But what was it made of? Historians and chemists have been trying to figure this out for centuries. We have some clues from Byzantine texts. It probably involved petroleum, crude oil from natural seeps. The Byzantines could get this from the Black Sea region. It probably also had pine resin, which would make it sticky, sulfur, which burns intensely, quicklime, which reacts violently with water and generates heat. Maybe saltpeter, though that is debated. But the exact proportions, the precise method of preparation, the secret catalyst that made it work, lost to history. Here is what we know it could do. Greek fire burned at extremely high temperatures. It produced thick black smoke and an absolutely terrifying roar when it ignited. It adhered to surfaces. If it got on your ship or your clothes or your skin, you could not scrape it off. Trying to wash it off with water just spread it around and possibly made it burn hotter. It floated on water and kept burning. Imagine that. Fire floating on the sea. The only way to put it out was apparently a mixture of vinegar, sand, and old urine. Why old urine? Because it contains ammonia, which can neutralize certain chemicals. Medieval people did not understand the chemistry, but they knew through trial and error that it worked. The psychological effect was probably as important as the physical damage. Imagine you're a sailor in an Arab fleet. You've heard rumours about Byzantine fire weapons, but you figure fire is fire, right? You can put it out with water. Then you see these strange Byzantine ships approaching, and suddenly jets of flame shoot out from tubes at their bows. The flames cross the distance between ships. We're talking 30 to 50 feet through the air, and your ship explodes into fire. You grab water to douse it. The fire spreads. It is burning on top of the water now. Your friends jump overboard to escape. They are burning in the sea, screaming. You would flee. Of course you would flee. And that is exactly what happened. Again and again. The first major test came in 674. The Arabs had been preparing for years to take Constantinople. They assembled a massive fleet and army. The plan was systematic and terrifying. In 672 and 673, Arab fleets secured bases along the coasts of Asia Minor, surrounding Constantinople. They used the peninsula of Cyzicus, near the city, as a winter base. Each spring they would return and attack the city's fortifications. It was a siege by installments, methodical, patient, brutal. In 674, the Arab fleet entered the Sea of Marmara and landed on the Thracian shore near Hebdomon, very close to Constantinople. From April to September there were daily battles. The Byzantine chronicler Theophanes wrote that every day there was a military engagement from morning until evening between the outworks of the Golden Gate and the Cyclopean, with thrust and counter-thrust. Every single day, for 5 months. Can you imagine the exhaustion, the fear, the grinding horror of daily combat for that long? Then the Arabs withdrew to Cyzicus for winter, and the next spring they came back, and the spring after that. This went on for 4 years, 4 years of annual sieges. The Arab commanders were confident. They had unlimited resources, more ships, more men. It was only a matter of time, but in 678, Emperor Constantine IV deployed Callinicos's new weapon. The Byzantine fleet sailed out equipped with special ships. These had bronze tubes mounted at the bow, siphons they called them. They worked something like syringes or pumps, using pressure to project the Greek fire in a continuous stream. Some sources suggest the liquid was heated before projection, which would make it even more devastating. When the Byzantine ships closed with the Arab fleet and released the Greek fire, the effect was catastrophic. Ships burst into flames. The fire spread from vessel to vessel. Arab sailors dove into the water and kept burning. The sea itself seemed to be on fire. The roar, the smoke, the screams. It must have been like a vision of hell. The Arab fleet was destroyed, completely destroyed. The survivors fled back to Syria, and they brought tales of Byzantine fire weapons that seemed like sorcery. The siege was broken. Constantinople was saved. But the threat was not over. In 717, the Arabs tried again. A new Arab army and fleet, even larger than before, besieged Constantinople. This time they had learned from previous failures. They had more ships, better tactics, and they were prepared for the fire weapon. Emperor Leo III, who had just taken the throne, faced the greatest crisis of his reign immediately. The Arab fleet blockaded the city. The Arab army surrounded the land walls. If Constantinople fell, it was the end of the Byzantine Empire and possibly the end of Christianity in Europe. Leo used Greek fire again, but this time the Arabs were ready with countermeasures. They spread their fleet out, stayed at longer distances, tried to avoid close combat. It was not enough. The Byzantine crews were expert at their weapon now. They knew how to maneuver, how to get within range, how to maximize the devastation. And they had help from an unexpected source. The Bulgarians attacked the Arab army from behind, killing 32,000 soldiers at the Battle of Akroinon in 740. The combination of Greek fire destroying the fleet and Bulgarian forces attacking the army broke the siege. The Arabs withdrew again, and this time the peace treaty that followed lasted for decades. Greek fire had saved Constantinople twice from certain destruction. The weapon became legendary. Arab chroniclers wrote about it with a mixture of fear and fascination. They tried to recreate it. They captured some of the equipment once. A Bulgarian force managed to seize some siphons and the liquid fuel, but they could not figure out how to use it properly. The apparatus was too complex, or they did not have the right fuel mixture, or they were missing some crucial step. Whatever the reason, they never succeeded in copying it, and the Byzantines made absolutely sure it stayed that way. The formula was passed down through the Callinicos family. Only the imperial family and a tiny group of trusted officials knew the secret. Revealing it was considered treason of the highest order. Some accounts claim that anyone who betrayed the formula would be executed, though we do not have documented cases of this actually happening, probably because nobody was foolish enough to try. But Greek fire was not just a naval weapon. Byzantine military engineers adapted it for land warfare too. They created portable versions, hand siphons called chirosiphons. These were like ancient flamethrowers. A soldier could carry one and project fire at enemy troops or siege equipment. They also made clay jars filled with Greek fire, essentially grenades. Defenders on city walls would hurl these at attackers. When the jar shattered, the Greek fire splashed over siege towers, ladders, soldiers, anything nearby, and ignited on impact or shortly after. They even soaked caltrops, those spiked metal devices you scatter on the ground to stop cavalry, in Greek fire. Imagine charging on horseback and your mount steps on a spike that explodes into flame. The Byzantines used Greek fire throughout their history. In 941, Emperor Romanos I used it against a Russian fleet attacking Constantinople. The Russians thought they could raid the city while the Byzantine navy was away. Wrong. The Byzantine ships returned, deployed Greek fire, and turned the Russian fleet into burning wreckage. Russian chronicles describe the Byzantine fire with terror and awe. A century later, Emperor Constantine IX faced another Russian attack in 1043. Same result. Greek fire destroyed the Russian fleet. The Russians gave up trying to conquer Constantinople and eventually became trading partners instead. Maybe that was the real genius of Greek fire. It convinced enemies that attacking Constantinople was hopeless. On land, Emperor John I Tzimiskes used Greek fire in 972 when he smashed his way into Preslav, the Bulgarian capital that the Russians had captured. The combination of Greek fire and the elite Varangian Guard, Vikings serving as Byzantine shock troops, was devastating. The city fell, and the Bulgarian king was liberated. Emperor Basil II, who we will meet properly in the next part of our story, used Greek fire in 988 to 989 to crush a rebellion. The usurper Bardas Phokas had a powerful army, but Basil had Greek fire and the Varangians. The rebellion was annihilated. For centuries, Greek fire remained the Byzantine secret weapon, the trump card, the ace up their sleeve. Enemies knew about it, feared it, but could not counter it effectively. It was like having nuclear weapons when everyone else had arrows. But eventually, the secret started to fade. Not because anyone betrayed it, because the empire itself was fading. By the late Byzantine period, the empire was so weak, so poor, so reduced in territory, that maintaining the production of Greek fire became difficult. The knowledge was still there, but the resources, the infrastructure, the specialized craftsmen, all of it was disappearing. There are reports of limited Greek fire use during the First Crusade in the late 11th century, but the evidence is unclear. By the 12th and 13th centuries, references to Greek fire become rare. The empire still technically had the formula, but producing it in meaningful quantities was beyond their capabilities. When Constantinople finally fell to the Ottomans in 1453, and we will get to that tragedy later, the Ottomans captured everything: libraries, treasuries, archives, but they never found the formula for Greek fire. Either it had been deliberately destroyed, or it was so well hidden that even the conquerors could not locate it, or the knowledge had simply been lost in the chaos of the empire's final centuries. Modern scientists have tried to recreate Greek fire. In 2006, a historian named John Halden built a full-size replica of a Byzantine fire siphon using reconstructed parts and oil from the Crimean region, where the Byzantines might have sourced their petroleum. It worked. It shot flames 30 to 50 feet, intense enough to incinerate anything in their path within seconds. But even this successful recreation probably does not match the original exactly. We got it to work, but we cannot be certain we got it right. The true formula died with Byzantium, and maybe that is appropriate. Greek fire was Byzantium's weapon. It was developed by a Byzantine refugee, perfected by Byzantine engineers, used by Byzantine soldiers, and guarded by Byzantine emperors. It saved the Byzantine capital so many times that people believed God himself had given them this weapon to protect Christianity. When Byzantium fell, perhaps it was fitting that its greatest military secret died too. But the legacy remains, the terror remains, even the name remains. We still call it Greek fire, though the Byzantines called it liquid fire or Roman fire or just the fire. The Crusaders named it Greek fire, and that is what history remembers. Think about what this weapon meant. It was not just about military power. It was about innovation, about turning a desperate situation into an advantage through cleverness and chemistry. The Byzantines were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and surrounded by enemies. They could not match the Arab armies in open battle. They could not field enough soldiers. They could not conquer territory. But they could build walls, control sea lanes, and burn enemy fleets with fire that seemed to come from hell itself. They survived not through strength but through ingenuity, through using their brains instead of just their swords, through keeping secrets so well that 7 centuries later we still do not know how they did it. That is the Byzantine way. That is how you survive for 1100 years when everyone around you is bigger, stronger, and hungry for your wealth. You innovate. You adapt. You guard your advantages jealously. And you make your enemies so terrified of attacking you that they think twice, 3 times, 12 times before committing to an assault. Greek fire bought Byzantium centuries to recover from the plague, to rebuild after invasions, to reorganize after civil wars. Every time the empire seemed on the verge of collapse, Greek fire gave them breathing room. Time to survive. Time to endure. As you drift towards sleep tonight, picture that scene again. Byzantine ships gliding across the dark water, bronze siphons gleaming in the moonlight, and then, suddenly, impossibly, rivers of flame shooting across the waves, turning night into day, turning ships into funeral pyres, turning the sea itself into fire. Enemies fleeing in terror, knowing they have just witnessed something beyond their understanding. Something that tells them Constantinople is protected by more than walls and soldiers, protected by innovation, by secrets, by weapons that seem like magic. And in Constantinople, behind those mighty walls, the emperor stands watching the enemy fleet burn, knowing that once again Kallinikos's gift has saved them. The city is safe, the empire endures, the fire burns on. But even with Greek fire protecting the waters, even with the solidus stabilizing the economy, even with the best walls in the world surrounding the capital, Byzantium would still face its darkest hours. Because weapons can only do so much. Technology can only carry you so far. At some point, you need leadership. You need emperors who are not just clever but ruthless, not just brave but terrifying. And in the next part of our journey we will meet exactly such a man. An emperor so brutal that he earned a nickname that still makes historians wince. An emperor who blinded 15,000 prisoners in a single afternoon and sent them home as a message to his enemies. An emperor who expanded the empire to its greatest extent since Justinian and ruled for nearly 50 years with an iron fist. His name was Basil. History remembers him as the Bulgar Slayer, and his story is not for the faint of heart. But that comes next. For now, rest knowing that sometimes the greatest victories come not from the strongest army, but from the cleverest invention. Not from the most soldiers, but from the best-kept secret. Not from power alone, but from power combined with mystery. Sweet dreams, and we will continue this Byzantine journey soon. There are moments in history when a single act of cruelty becomes so notorious that it defines an entire reign, so shocking that historians still debate it 1,000 years later, so effective as psychological warfare that it destroyed an enemy empire without another major battle. On July 29th, 1014, 15,000 Bulgarian soldiers began a journey home. They had been captured in battle by the Byzantine army, but Emperor Basil II did not ransom them. He did not enslave them. He did not execute them. Instead, he did something that would make his name synonymous with ruthlessness for the next millennium. He blinded them. All 15,000. Well, almost all. For every 100 men, he left one with a single eye so that he could lead the other 99 home. Imagine that scene. 15,000 men stumbling in chains, 99 out of every 100 in total darkness, guided by the one-eyed men among them. The march from the Byzantine camp to the Bulgarian capital took weeks. When Tsar Samuel of Bulgaria finally saw his army returning, broken, mutilated, turned into a living monument to Byzantine power, he collapsed. Some sources say he had a stroke. Others say his heart simply gave out from the shock and grief. Within 2 days, Samuel was dead, and Basil II earned a nickname that would never leave him. Basil the Bulgar Slayer, Basil Bulgaroktonos in Greek, the emperor who broke an entire nation with a single act of calculated horror. But who was this man? What kind of person does something like this? And more importantly, was he a monster, or was he exactly the kind of emperor Byzantium needed? Let us go back to the beginning. Basil was born in 958 into the Macedonian dynasty, though Macedonian is misleading since they were actually Armenian, but nobody cared about accuracy in dynasty names apparently. His father was Emperor Romanos II, who died when Basil was just 5 years old. His mother Theophano was beautiful, ambitious, and according to some sources absolutely ruthless. What happened next reads like a Byzantine soap opera. Theophano married the general who took over as regent, Nikephoros II Phocas. Then she allegedly had him murdered in his bedroom and married another general, John Zimisces, who became the next emperor. Was Basil growing up watching all this palace intrigue? Absolutely. Was he learning that power is everything and sentimentality will get you killed? Definitely. John Zimisces ruled as regent until he died in 976, possibly poisoned. At that point, Basil was 18 and technically should become emperor. But the powerful court eunuch Basil Lecapenos, yes, another Basil, it gets confusing, tried to keep real power for himself while letting young Basil have the title. Bad move. Young Basil was not Justinian, who needed his uncle's protection. He was not Constantine, who needed advisors to build his vision. Basil II was a completely different kind of emperor. He was a soldier, a tactician, a man who understood that in Byzantium you either held power absolutely, or you ended up dead or blinded in a monastery. In 985, Basil arrested the eunuch Lecapenos, stripped him of power, and made it crystal clear who was running the empire now. He was 27 years old, and he would rule for the next 40 years with an iron grip that never weakened. And here is what made Basil different from almost every other Byzantine emperor. He did not care about luxury, ceremony, or appearance. Most emperors loved the pageantry, the purple robes, the golden crowns, the elaborate court rituals. Basil? He dressed like a soldier. He lived like a soldier. He slept in military camps with his troops instead of palaces. He never married, which was almost unheard of for an emperor. Everyone expected him to produce heirs, but Basil could not be bothered. Why? Because he had one obsession, one goal, one target that consumed 40 years of his life: Bulgaria. Now, you might wonder, Why Bulgaria? What did Basil have against the Bulgarians? Here is the thing. Bulgaria was not some minor kingdom. Under Tsar Samuel, the Bulgarian Empire controlled huge swaths of the Balkans. They raided Byzantine territory constantly. They had defeated Byzantine armies multiple times. They were a genuine threat to Constantinople itself, but it was more than that. For Basil, defeating Bulgaria became about restoring Byzantine dominance in the Balkans, about showing the world that Byzantium under his rule was not the declining empire everyone thought it was, and probably also about personal pride. Basil did not accept defeat. Ever. If Bulgaria beat him once, he would come back, and keep coming back, year after year, campaign after campaign, until he won. And that is exactly what he did. The war started in 996 and would last on and off for nearly 2 decades. Basil led campaign after methodical campaign into Bulgarian territory. This was not flashy warfare with dramatic cavalry charges. This was systematic, grinding, brutal conquest. Basil would invade, destroy fortifications, devastate farmland, then withdraw for winter. Next year, do it again, pushing a little deeper. The year after that, again. The Byzantines called it annual campaigns. Every single year, rain or shine, plague or peace, civil unrest or foreign threats, Basil invaded Bulgaria. His soldiers knew that when spring came, they were marching to Bulgaria. When autumn came, they were marching home. Then spring would come, and they would march to Bulgaria again. Can you imagine the psychological effect on the Bulgarians? You cannot make peace because Basil will not negotiate seriously. You cannot win a decisive battle because Basil avoids risky engagements. You cannot raid Byzantine territory because Basil's armies are always in your territory. You just watch, year after year, as your country is slowly devoured. In 1014, after 18 years of this grinding warfare, Tsar Samuel finally decided to make a stand. He chose a mountain pass called Cladion, and he fortified it heavily. The Byzantine army would have to come through this pass to advance deeper into Bulgaria. Samuel had the high ground, strong defensive positions, and good troops. If Basil wanted to continue his annual campaigns, he would have to break through here. Basil did not try to break through. That is what Samuel expected, and Basil never did what his enemies expected. Instead, Basil sent a small force to keep Samuel's attention at the pass. Meanwhile, he personally led the main Byzantine army on a secret march around the Bulgarian positions. It took days of difficult mountain travel, but Basil got his army behind Samuel's defensive line. On July 29th, 1014, the Byzantine army attacked the Bulgarian camp from behind, while the diversionary force attacked from the front. The Bulgarians were trapped, caught between 2 armies in a mountain pass with no escape route. It was not even a battle, it was a massacre. The Byzantine soldiers captured nearly the entire Bulgarian army. 15,000 prisoners. And here, Basil made his decision. He could have ransomed them, gotten money and weakened Bulgaria economically. He could have enslaved them, gained labourers and craftsmen. He could have recruited them, added soldiers to his own army. Byzantine emperors had done all these things before, but Basil chose none of these options. He ordered every one of them blinded. The process took days. Can you imagine organising something like this? The logistics of blinding 15,000 men. The soldiers carrying out the orders must have wondered what they were doing. Some historians suggest Basil used heated metal, others say sharp blades. Either way, it was systematic, organised, and absolutely ruthless. 100 men, 99 blinded completely, 1 left with 1 eye. Next 100 men, same thing. Over and over, for 15,000 prisoners. Why? Why do this? Because Basil understood psychological warfare better than almost anyone in history. He knew that killing 15,000 men would hurt Bulgaria, but they could recover. Men die in war all the time, but sending 15,000 blinded men home, that is different. That is a message. That is every one of those men becoming a living reminder of what happens when you fight Byzantium. That is 15,000 men who need to be cared for by their families, fed by their communities, supported by an already struggling economy. That is permanent damage, not just to Bulgaria's military, but to its morale, its spirit, its will to resist. And it worked. When these blinded soldiers reached the Bulgarian capital, and Tsar Samuel saw what had become of his army, he died. His son and successor, Gabriel Radomir, tried to continue the war but was assassinated within a year. The next ruler, John Vladislav, fought on for a few more years but was killed in battle in 1018. By 1018, the last Bulgarian strongholds had surrendered. The Bulgarian Empire, which had challenged Byzantium for 2 centuries, ceased to exist. It became a province of the Byzantine Empire. The Danube frontier, which had not been secure since the days of Emperor Heraclius in the 7th century, was Byzantine again. Basil had done it. He had conquered Bulgaria completely, and the blinding at Clydion had broken Bulgarian resistance so thoroughly that he did not need to fight another major battle. One act of calculated cruelty achieved what decades of conventional warfare had not. Now, was this evil? By modern standards, absolutely. Even by medieval standards, it was shocking. But was it effective? Undeniably. Did Basil lose sleep over it? We have no record that he did. Byzantine sources praise him as a strong emperor who defended the empire. Bulgarian sources understandably paint him as a monster. History, as usual, is written from multiple perspectives. But Bulgaria was not Basil's only achievement. While he was systematically dismantling the Bulgarian Empire, he was also dealing with threats from everywhere else. In the east, the Byzantine Empire bordered the Arab caliphates and various smaller Muslim states. Basil campaigned there too, winning victories in Armenia and Georgia in 1021 and 1022. He did not try to conquer the entire region. That would have been impossible. But he pushed the borders outward, secured important fortresses, and made sure the Arabs knew that Byzantium was strong again. He faced rebellions at home too. Basil Lekapenos the eunuch tried to regain power. Basil crushed him. General Bardas Phocas rebelled in 987. Basil defeated him in battle, reportedly using Greek fire and the Varangian Guard to devastating effect. Another general, Bardas Skleros, also rebelled. Basil beat him too. What you need to understand about Basil is that he never stopped. He was always campaigning, always fighting, always consolidating power. There are reports of him leading armies into battle when he was in his 60s, an age when most medieval rulers were either dead or leaving warfare to younger generals. Not Basil. He would die in the saddle if necessary, and the empire flourished under him. This is the crazy part. While Basil was conducting brutal military campaigns year after year, the Byzantine economy was booming. The annual revenue under Basil reached 5,600,000 hyperpira. That is enough to maintain an army of 100,000 men. The treasury was full, trade was thriving, the solidus was still stable and trusted. How did he do it? Partly by winning wars which brought in plunder and tribute, partly by being incredibly careful with money. Basil did not waste resources on luxuries or vanity projects. He taxed fairly but firmly. He did not let corruption slide. If you were embezzling from the imperial treasury, Basil would find out, and you would regret it. He also dealt ruthlessly with the aristocracy. Byzantine society had a problem. Rich landowners were buying up small farms from poor peasants, creating huge estates and concentrating wealth. This weakened the empire because small farmers provided tax revenue and military recruits. Big estates did neither as effectively. Previous emperors had tried to stop this and failed because the aristocracy was too powerful. Basil did not care how powerful they were. He passed laws limiting land acquisition by the wealthy and actually enforced them. If a noble family had acquired land illegally, Basil confiscated it. No exceptions, no favoritism. The aristocrats hated him, but what were they going to do? Rebel? Basil had put down more rebellions than they could count. They knew what happened to people who challenged him. By the time Basil died in 1025, the Byzantine Empire was at its peak. The territory was the largest it had been since Justinian. The treasury was full. The army was strong, the borders were secure, trade was flourishing. The empire stretched from southern Italy to Armenia, from the Danube to Syria. Basil had done what seemed impossible. He had restored Byzantine dominance in the Mediterranean world. But here is the tragedy. Basil never married. He never had children. He never designated a clear successor or prepared anyone to continue his policies. Why? Maybe he was so focused on war that he never thought about what would happen after he died. Maybe he did not trust anyone enough to share power. Maybe he just figured he would live forever. He did not. In December of 1025, Basil II died. He was 67 years old. He had ruled for 49 years, longer than most people lived in that era, and everything he built started crumbling almost immediately. His brother Constantine VIII became emperor. Constantine was everything Basil was not: weak, indecisive, more interested in pleasure than governance. Constantine ruled for 3 years and accomplished nothing. After him came a parade of mediocre emperors, palace coups and political chaos. The Macedonian dynasty that had produced Basil ended in 1056 with no clear succession. Within 50 years of Basil's death, the empire lost southern Italy to the Normans and suffered a catastrophic defeat at Manzikert that cost them Anatolia. Everything Basil had built was falling apart, and people remembered Basil, not as the monster who blinded 15,000 men, though they remembered that too, but as the last truly great Byzantine emperor, the last one who made enemies tremble, the last one who expanded the empire instead of just defending it, the last one who made Byzantium a superpower instead of a survivor. There is something fascinating about Basil as a character. He was not charming like Justinian or visionary like Constantine. He was not beloved by his people or admired for his culture. He was feared, respected, effective. He lived like a monk and fought like a demon. He never showed mercy when mercy would be seen as weakness. He never accepted anything less than total victory. Was he a good person? Probably not. Was he a great emperor? History suggests yes. Do those two things contradict each other? In the Byzantine world, not really. Emperors were not supposed to be good people. They were supposed to protect the empire, expand its borders, fill the treasury and crush its enemies. By those measures, Basil II was one of the most successful emperors in Byzantine history. As you settle into sleep tonight, think about what it means to be effective versus being liked. Basil was never loved. He was cold, brutal, and single-minded. But he saved the Byzantine Empire when it was vulnerable and made it strong again. He bought it another 4 centuries of existence through sheer force of will and ruthlessness. Sometimes history needs people like Basil, not often, thankfully, but sometimes, and when those moments come, the Basils of the world do what needs to be done, regardless of the cost to themselves or others. The blinded soldiers of Clydion never forgot him. The Bulgarians never forgot him. History never forgot him. The Bulgar slayer, the emperor who ruled for nearly half a century and never showed weakness, the man who turned brutality into strategy and strategy into empire. But even the strongest empires face challenges that military might cannot solve. Even the most ruthless emperors cannot control everything. Because the next crisis Byzantium would face would not come from outside enemies or internal rebellions. It would come from the very heart of Christianity itself, a split so profound it would divide the Christian world for 1,000 years and still divides it today. And that story, of how one word in Latin destroyed centuries of unity, how pride and politics tore apart the church, how Constantinople and Rome excommunicated each other in a moment of mutual stubbornness that neither side would take back, that is where we turn next. Because sometimes the deepest wounds are not inflicted by enemies with swords, but by friends with theological arguments. Rest well, knowing that we have journeyed through the golden age of Byzantium. We have seen its greatest triumphs. Soon we will see the cracks beginning to form. Sweet dreams. Sometimes the smallest things cause the biggest disasters. A single word. A theological debate about whether bread should have yeast in it. An argument over whether priests should shave their beards. These sound absurd, right? Like the kind of petty arguments that reasonable people would just shrug off and move on from. But on July 16th, 1054, these petty arguments tore Christianity in half, and that split never healed. Not in 100 years, not in 500 years, not ever. Nearly 1,000 years later, Christians are still divided between Catholic and Orthodox because of what happened on that summer day in Constantinople. This is the story of the Great Schism. The day two men walked into the Hagia Sophia and destroyed 1,000 years of Christian unity. And the really crazy part? Almost nobody at the time thought it was a big deal. Most Christians did not even notice. It was only later, when everyone tried to reconcile and realized they could not, that they understood what had been broken could never be fixed. Let me take you back to that day. It is July 16th, 1054. The morning service is being held in the Hagia Sophia, that magnificent cathedral Justinian built 500 years earlier. The congregation is worshipping, priests are chanting, incense is filling the air. Everything seems normal. Then 3 men in Latin church vestments walk down the aisle. They are papal legates, representatives from Pope Leo IX in Rome. The leader is Cardinal Humbert, and he is absolutely furious. He has been in Constantinople for months trying to negotiate with Patriarch Michael Cerularius, the head of the Byzantine Church, and it has gone terribly. They cannot agree on anything. They hate each other. And Humbert has had enough. He walks right up to the altar, the most sacred spot in the entire cathedral, and places a document on it, a bull of excommunication. Basically a letter saying, "You, Michael Cerularius, and everyone who agrees with you, are expelled from the Christian Church. You are heretics. You are damned." Then he walks out, shakes the dust from his feet in the traditional gesture of rejecting a place, and leaves Constantinople entirely. The priests and congregation are stunned. What just happened? Someone pick up that document and read it. It gets worse. The bull does not just excommunicate Patriarch Michael, it condemns the entire Greek Church for multiple heresies, using leavened bread instead of unleavened in communion, allowing priests to marry, not adding the word filioque to the Nicene Creed, refusing to acknowledge Roman supremacy. Patriarch Michael's response. 5 days later, on July 24th, he holds his own ceremony. He excommunicates Cardinal Humbert and the other papal legates right back. And for good measure, he has the papal bull publicly burned in the streets of Constantinople, And just like that, the Christian church is split. East versus West, Greek versus Latin, Orthodox versus Catholic, a division that will define religious, political, and cultural identity for the next millennium. But how did it come to this? How did Christianity, which started as one church, one faith, one community, end up so bitterly divided that leaders were excommunicating each other? The answer is complicated, and it goes back centuries. Let me walk you through it. Christianity had always had different centers of power: Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem. These were the 5 patriarchates, the 5 most important church centers. In theory, they were equal. In practice, they argued constantly about who was really in charge. Rome had a pretty good claim to primacy. St. Peter, the first apostle, had been the first bishop of Rome. Jesus himself had said, "Upon this rock I will build my church," to Peter. The popes, as bishops of Rome, saw themselves as Peter's direct successors and therefore the supreme authority in Christianity. Constantinople had a different argument. "We are the capital of the empire. The emperor lives here. We are the new Rome. We should have equal or even superior authority because we are the center of Christian civilization now. Old Rome is a backwater controlled by barbarians. We are where the real power is." These competing claims to authority had been causing tension for centuries, but as long as everyone spoke the same language and followed roughly the same practices, it was manageable. People could agree to disagree and move on. But language and culture were diverging. In the West, people spoke Latin. In the East, Greek. Fewer and fewer scholars could speak both fluently. This meant theological texts written in Greek were not being properly understood in the West, and Latin texts were not being properly understood in the East. Misunderstandings multiplied. Then there were the cultural differences. In the West, priests were celibate, they could not marry. In the East, parish priests could marry before ordination. The West used unleavened bread for communion, like the bread Jesus would have used at the Last Supper. The East used leavened bread because Jesus was the living bread, and living bread rises. Do these differences matter theologically? Scholars debated it endlessly. But to regular Christians, they were jarring. If you were raised in the West and visited Constantinople, seeing married priests felt wrong. If you were raised in the East and visited Rome, seeing priests forbidden to marry seemed unnatural. Each side thought the other was doing Christianity incorrectly. And then there was the filioque controversy. This was the big one. The theological argument that, more than anything else, drove the wedge between East and West. The Nicene Creed, established in 325, was the fundamental statement of Christian belief. It described the nature of God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. The original creed, in Greek, said the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. Simple enough. But in the West, starting around the 6th century, churches began adding one word to the Latin version, filioque, meaning "and the Son." So now the creed said the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. Why did they add this? To combat a heresy called Arianism that was popular among the Germanic tribes. By emphasizing that the Holy Spirit came from both Father and Son, they were emphasizing the equality and unity of the Trinity. It was a local theological fix to a local problem. But here is the issue. They made this change without consulting the Eastern Church, without calling an ecumenical council, without getting agreement from the other patriarchates. They just unilaterally changed the creed that was supposed to be universal and unchangeable. The Byzantine Church was outraged. You cannot just change the creed on your own. That is not how this works. We establish the creed together at church councils. If you want to change it, we need another council with representatives from all the churches. You cannot just add words because they are convenient for your local politics. The Western Church's response was basically, well, we already added it. It is theologically correct, and we are not removing it. Deal with it. This argument went on for centuries, back and forth. The East saying you violated the process and the tradition. The West saying the theology is sound and we have authority to interpret doctrine. Neither side willing to budge an inch. By the 11th century, tensions were at a breaking point, and then personality clashes made everything worse. Pope Leo IX was reform-minded and assertive. He believed strongly in papal supremacy, the idea that the Pope had ultimate authority over all Christians. He was not interested in compromise or shared authority with the Eastern patriarchs. Patriarch Michael Cerularius was equally stubborn and proud. He believed Constantinople was the true centre of Christianity, and Rome had become theologically corrupt. He was not interested in submitting to papal authority. When these two strong-willed, uncompromising leaders clashed, it was inevitable disaster. The immediate trigger was actually about southern Italy. This region had been Byzantine for centuries, but the Normans were conquering it in the 11th century. The churches there followed Byzantine practices, Greek liturgy, married priests, leavened bread. Pope Leo wanted to bring them into conformity with Latin practices. Patriarch Michael saw this as Rome trying to suppress proper Christian worship. They started sending angry letters to each other. Leo sent Cardinal Humbert to Constantinople to settle things. That was like sending gasoline to put out a fire. Humbert was brilliant, learned, and absolutely convinced of Roman superiority. He had zero patience for Byzantine arguments. Humbert and Michael met. It went terribly. They argued about everything: theology, authority, history, practice. Neither would concede anything. The discussions became increasingly hostile. At one point, Humbert called Michael a heretic to his face. Michael responded by calling the Western Church schismatics and corrupted by barbarian influences. Then Humbert learned that Pope Leo had died back in Rome. Technically, this meant Humbert no longer had authority to represent the papacy, but Humbert did not care. He was so angry, so convinced that he was right and the Byzantines were wrong, that he wrote the bull of excommunication anyway and marched into the Hagia Sophia to deliver it. That scene in the cathedral was dramatic, but here is the weird thing. Most people thought it would blow over. Excommunications happened all the time in medieval Christianity. Usually after both sides calmed down, they would reconcile. Popes and patriarchs would exchange gifts, write apologetic letters, and everything would go back to normal. But this time was different. Both sides dug in. Rome insisted Constantinople was in error. Constantinople insisted Rome had fallen into heresy. Years passed, then decades, then centuries, and the rift just kept getting wider. Part of the problem was that this was not just theology. It was politics. The Byzantine Empire and Western Europe were becoming increasingly separate worlds. They had different languages, different cultures, different political systems, different enemies. The religious split reflected and reinforced these deeper divisions. When Byzantine emperors looked west, they saw barbarian kingdoms that had overthrown Roman civilization. When Western Europeans looked east, they saw a declining empire clinging to an outdated past. Neither side had much respect for the other anymore, and these cultural differences showed up in religion. Western Christianity was becoming more centralized, more focused on papal authority, more legalistic in its theology. Eastern Christianity remained more mystical, more focused on liturgy and icons, more collegial in its governance. They were growing apart naturally, and the schism just made it official. There were attempts at reconciliation. Multiple church councils tried to heal the breach. Emperors and popes exchanged diplomatic missions, but every attempt failed because neither side would compromise on the core issues. Rome would not give up the filioque or papal supremacy. Constantinople would not accept either. The Fourth Crusade in 1204 made things infinitely worse. When Western Crusaders sacked Constantinople and desecrated churches, we will get to that horror story later, it confirmed every Byzantine suspicion that the Latins were barbaric heretics who did not respect true Christianity. How could you reconcile with people who burned your libraries and stole your relics? For their part, Western Christians increasingly saw the Byzantines as schismatics who stubbornly refused to acknowledge proper church authority. The Greeks were too proud, too inflexible, too attached to their outdated traditions. By the 13th century, the split was complete. Catholic and Orthodox Christianity were separate religions in all but name. They shared the same scriptures, the same basic theology, the same history up to 1054, but they had different practices, different leadership, different cultural identities, and here we are, almost 1,000 years later, and they are still separate. The Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, Western Christianity and Eastern Christianity. The split that started with angry men in a cathedral has defined religious geography for a millennium. Think about that. The schism lasted longer than the Byzantine Empire itself. Constantinople fell in 1453. The schism continued. The Ottoman Empire rose and fell. The schism continued. The modern world emerged. The schism continues to this day. There have been reconciliation efforts. In 1965, Pope Paul VI and Patriarch Athenagoras met in Jerusalem and formally lifted the mutual excommunications from 1054. It was symbolic, a gesture of goodwill. But it did not reunite the churches. The theological and cultural differences are too deep now. 1,000 years of separate development cannot be undone with a single ceremony. What can we learn from this? Maybe that pride is the most dangerous force in human affairs. Both sides in 1054 had legitimate points. Both had genuine concerns, but neither had the humility to say, maybe we are not entirely right. Maybe we can find middle ground. Cardinal Humbert was so convinced of Roman superiority that he would rather split the church than compromise. Patriarch Michael was so convinced of Byzantine correctness that he would rather break communion than submit. And millions of Christians for the next 1,000 years paid the price for their stubbornness. Or maybe the lesson is that institutions once broken are almost impossible to fix. The unity of Christianity was like a precious vase that had been intact for 1,000 years. One afternoon in 1054, two men shattered it, and ever since people have been trying to glue the pieces back together, but it is never quite the same. The cracks always show. As you drift towards sleep, think about how fragile unity is, how easy it is to break something that took centuries to build, how pride and certainty can destroy what love and faith created. Two men, one document, one moment of anger, and 1,000 years as division. The Great Schism shows us that sometimes the deepest wounds come not from enemies, but from family. Not from those who hate us, but from those who believe differently about things we both hold sacred. Not from violence, but from words spoken in anger that can never be taken back. But even with Christianity divided, even with the church split between East and West, Byzantium endured. The empire had faced worse crises and survived. In fact, after Basil II's death, despite the religious schism, despite political instability, the empire was about to face its greatest military catastrophe. A single battle that would cost them their heartland, their recruiting grounds, their agricultural base, everything that made them a superpower. And that disaster happened because one emperor made one terrible decision. He ignored centuries of Byzantine military doctrine, concentrated his entire army in one place, and bet everything on a single battle. A battle called Manzikert, a name that still makes Byzantine historians wince 1,000 years later. Because on August 26, 1071, the Byzantine Empire walked into a trap, and when they walked out they were no longer a superpower. They were survivors, and they would never fully recover. That story, of the battle that destroyed an empire, the captured emperor, the mercenaries who betrayed their own side, and the civil war that turned a military defeat into a complete catastrophe, that is where we turn next. Rest well, knowing that we have seen Byzantium at its peak. Soon we will see the beginning of its long decline. Sweet dreams. Every empire has a moment when everything changes, when the trajectory shifts from rising to falling, when what seemed permanent suddenly becomes fragile. For the Roman Empire it might have been the sack of Rome in 410. For the British Empire perhaps the First World War. For Byzantium that moment came on a dusty battlefield in eastern Anatolia on August 26, 1071, the Battle of Manzikert. Say that name to a Byzantine historian and watch them wince. Because Manzikert was not just a military defeat. It was the moment the Byzantine Empire lost its heartland, its source of soldiers, its agricultural base, its strategic depth, everything that made it a superpower. And the truly tragic part? It was completely avoidable. One emperor made one catastrophically bad decision, and the empire spent the next 400 years trying to recover from it. This is the story of how you can lose a 700-year-old empire in a single afternoon. Let me set the scene for you. It is 1071. The Byzantine Empire is still powerful, still wealthy, still one of the dominant forces in the Mediterranean world. But there is a new threat from the east. The Seljuk Turks. These are not the Ottomans, they come later. The Seljuks are a different Turkish dynasty, recent converts to Islam, and they are expanding aggressively. They have been raiding Byzantine Anatolia for years now, taking territory, settling their people, pushing deeper and deeper into what had been Byzantine land for centuries. Anatolia, that is modern-day Turkey, was everything to Byzantium. This was where the empire recruited its soldiers, where it grew its grain, where its tax revenue came from. Lose Anatolia, and you lose the military and economic foundation of the entire empire. The emperors knew this. The generals knew this. Everyone knew this. So when Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes took the throne in 1068, he made defeating the Seljuks his top priority. And unlike many Byzantine emperors, Romanos was a soldier, a general, a man who led from the front and believed in decisive military action. For 3 years he campaigned against the Seljuks, small campaigns, border skirmishes, trying to push them back. But the Seljuks were elusive. They were nomadic warriors, used to fighting on horseback across vast distances. They would raid, retreat, and disappear before Byzantine armies could catch them. It was frustrating, exhausting, expensive. By 1071, Romanos decided he needed to do something dramatic, something that would solve the Seljuk problem once and for all. He would gather the largest Byzantine army in decades and march into Seljuk territory, find their sultan, Alp Arslan, and force him into a decisive battle. Crush the Seljuk army completely and the raids would stop. It was a reasonable plan, except for one small problem. It violated every principle of Byzantine military strategy. You see, The Byzantines had learned over centuries that big, decisive battles were risky. One bad day, and you could lose everything. The smart strategy was patience, maneuver, divide your enemies, use fortifications, diplomacy, bribery, avoid betting everything on a single engagement. This was in all their military manuals. This was how Basil II had conquered Bulgaria. Methodical annual campaigns, never risking everything at once. But Romanos was convinced he could do it. He assembled an army of somewhere between 40,000 and 70,000 men. Sources vary, and medieval numbers are always unreliable, but it was definitely the largest Byzantine army fielded in years. He brought together troops from across the empire, professional Byzantine soldiers, Armenian auxiliaries, Norman mercenaries from southern Italy, Frankish knights, Pecheneg horse archers, Varangian guards, those Viking warriors who served as imperial bodyguards. It was an impressive force. On paper, it should have been unstoppable. But here is the thing about multi-ethnic mercenary armies. They only work if everyone trusts each other and follows orders. And this army... There were tensions from day one. The Byzantine professional soldiers looked down on the mercenaries. The mercenaries resented the Byzantine commanders. The Armenians had their own grievances. Their lands were being raided by Seljuks, and they thought the empire was not protecting them properly. The Normans were recent enemies who had just finished conquering Byzantine Italy, and everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Romanos marched this fractious army east, into Armenia, toward the fortress of Manzikert near Lake Van. The plan was to capture Manzikert, use it as a base, and then hunt down Alp Arslan's army. Meanwhile, Alp Arslan was not even planning to fight Byzantium that year. He was marching south to attack the Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt. The Seljuks were at the peak of their power, and Egypt looked like an easier target than the Byzantine Empire. But when Alp Arslan heard that Romanos was marching with a massive army into Seljuk territory, he turned around. He brought his army north to meet the Byzantine threat. According to some sources, he tried to negotiate first. He sent envoys to Romanos offering peace terms, but Romanos, confident in his superior numbers, refused. He wanted a battle. He wanted to crush the Seljuks decisively. He were about to get his wish, and immediately regret it. On August 26, 1071, the two armies met near Manzikert. The Byzantine army was larger. They had better armor, better equipment, more infantry. The Seljuks were mostly light cavalry, horse archers who relied on mobility and harassment tactics. In a straight-up fight, the Byzantines should win. But Alp Arslan was too smart to fight that kind of battle. The Seljuks used classic steppe tactics. Their horse archers would ride in, shoot arrows, then retreat before the Byzantines could close with them. It was frustrating, infuriating warfare. The Byzantine heavy cavalry would charge and the Seljuks would just ride away, shooting over their shoulders as they went. This went on all day. The Byzantines advancing, the Seljuks retreating, arrows flying constantly. Byzantine soldiers were getting hit, getting tired, getting angry, and the army was stretching out, losing formation as different units tried to pursue the enemy at different speeds. Then the betrayal started. The Armenian troops, who were supposed to hold the Byzantine left flank, suddenly withdrew from the battlefield. Some sources say they were ordered to retreat by their commander. Others say they deserted. Either way, the left side of the Byzantine line was suddenly exposed. The Norman mercenaries under their commander Roussel de Bailleul, they did not desert. They switched sides. Mid-battle, the Normans stopped fighting for Byzantium and started fighting for the Seljuks. Whether they were bribed beforehand or just saw which way the battle was going and made a calculated decision to join the winning side, we do not know. But the result was catastrophic. The Byzantine line started collapsing. Romanos, in the centre with the Varangian Guard and his best troops, found himself increasingly isolated. He tried to retreat in good order, but the Seljuks surrounded him. They were not trying to kill the emperor. That would be wasteful. They were trying to capture him, and they succeeded. Emperor Romanos IV Diogenes, ruler of the Byzantine Empire, was taken prisoner on the battlefield. When was the last time a Roman emperor was captured in battle? You would have to go back to Valerian in 260, over 800 years earlier. The Byzantine army disintegrated. Those who could escape fled. Those who could not were killed or captured. The Seljuks won a complete, total, overwhelming victory. But here is what makes this story even more tragic. Alp Arslan treated Romanos with incredible courtesy and respect. He did not humiliate him, did not parade him through the streets in chains, did not execute him. Instead, Alp Arslan met with Romanos as one ruler to another. They negotiated a peace treaty. The terms were actually quite generous. The Byzantines would pay a ransom for Romanos and an annual tribute. Some border fortresses would be ceded to the Seljuks, but the empire itself would remain intact. Alp Arslan even personally served Romanos at dinner, treating him as an honoured guest rather than a prisoner. When someone suggested the Sultan should kill Romanos, Alp Arslan supposedly replied, "What would you do if I brought the Emperor of Byzantium to you as a captive?" The man said he would display him in the cities. Alp Arslan said, "My punishment is far heavier. I forgive him and set him free." It was magnanimous, diplomatic, smart. Alp Arslan wanted peace with Byzantium so he could focus on Egypt and his other enemies. He got what he wanted: tribute money, some territory, and a treaty. He released Romanos and sent him home, and that is when the real disaster began. Because back in Constantinople, Romanos's enemies saw their opportunity. While he was captured, the aristocratic faction that opposed him, led by the Ducas family, staged a coup. They declared Romanos deposed and put Michael VII Ducas on the throne instead. When Romanos returned to Constantinople, he found the gates closed against him. He tried to raise an army to reclaim his throne. He failed. He was captured by the Ducas faction, and then they did something that Alp Arslan, his enemy, had refused to do. They blinded him. Blinding was the standard Byzantine method of disqualifying someone from imperial power. An emperor had to be physically whole, so if you were blinded you could not rule anymore. It was considered more merciful than execution. You got to live, just not as emperor. But the blinding of Romanos was done badly, perhaps deliberately so. They used red-hot pokers or caustic chemicals, sources disagree, but they did it so brutally that Romanos's eyes became infected. The infection spread. Within months, Romanos IV died in agony on the island of Prote, exiled and in terrible pain. The man who had tried to save the empire died disgraced and tortured by his own people. While his foreign enemy had treated him with honour, his fellow Byzantines destroyed him. And the empire was about to learn the true cost of Manzikert, because the defeat itself was bad but recoverable. Armies can be rebuilt. Treaties can be negotiated. But the civil war that followed, that was catastrophic. For the next decade, Byzantine generals fought each other for the throne. The army that should have been defending Anatolia was too busy fighting itself. Meanwhile, the Seljuks did not wait. They had beaten the Byzantine army. They had a peace treaty that gave them some territory, but now they saw an empire tearing itself apart, unable to defend its borders, and they thought, why stop at the treaty terms? Why not take everything? Seljuk warriors and settlers poured into Anatolia, not as raiders anymore, but as permanent settlers. They brought their families, their flocks, their entire way of life. Within 20 years, nearly all of Anatolia was under Seljuk control. The land that had been Byzantine for 7 centuries, the heartland of the empire, was gone. The Byzantines tried to fight back. Various generals led campaigns to retake Anatolia. They all failed. The empire had lost too much, too many soldiers dead, too much land lost, too much revenue gone, too much political stability shattered. And here is the cruel irony. If Romanos had just followed traditional Byzantine strategy, none of this would have happened. If he had avoided the decisive battle, used smaller forces, fought a war of maneuver and attrition, the Seljuks probably would have gotten bored and focused on easier targets. But Romanos wanted glory. He wanted a decisive victory. He wanted to be remembered as the emperor who crushed the Seljuk threat forever. Instead, he is remembered as the emperor who lost Anatolia, the emperor who destroyed the Byzantine military system, the emperor whose defeat started the long decline that would end with Constantinople's fall 400 years later. Manzikert teaches us something about empires and hubris. The Byzantines had survived for 700 years by being smart, careful, and pragmatic. They avoided risks. They used diplomacy and bribery as much as military force. They never bet everything on one roll of the dice, until Romanos did, and he lost. You know what the saddest part is? The Byzantine Empire never recovered the territory lost after Manzikert. Not really. Oh, they would claw back some border regions in later centuries. They would hold on to coastal cities, but the Anatolian plateau, the interior, the agricultural heartland, gone forever. By the time the Ottomans arrived in the 13th and 14th centuries, Anatolia was already Turkish. Manzikert had settled that question permanently. Historians still debate whether Manzikert was truly the turning point, or just a symptom of larger problems. Maybe the empire was already declining and would have lost Anatolia eventually anyway. Maybe the Seljuks were unstoppable, regardless of one battle. Maybe Romanos was just unlucky. But I think timing matters. Decisions matter. If Romanos had made different choices, if he had not marched with his entire army, if he had not refused Alp Arslan's peace offers, if he had not positioned his forces so poorly, if he had not trusted mercenaries who hated him, the outcome could have been different. The empire could have maintained Anatolia, could have remained a superpower instead of becoming a regional power struggling to survive. One battle, one afternoon, one bad decision, and 700 years of Roman control over Anatolia ended. As you settle into sleep tonight, think about how fragile power really is. The Byzantine Empire looked invincible. It had survived the fall of Rome, the Arab conquests, the Bulgarian wars, the Great Schism. It had Greek fire, the Solidus, the Theodosian walls. It had survived everything. But it could not survive one emperor's bad judgment, could not survive the combination of military defeat and political betrayal, could not survive losing the land that fed its soldiers and filled its treasury. Manzikert was not the end of Byzantium. The empire would survive another 4 centuries, but it was the beginning of the end, the moment when the empire stopped being a superpower and became a survivor, when the question changed from how far will Byzantium expand to how long can Byzantium endure, and yet, and this is important, even diminished, even reduced to a fraction of its former glory, Byzantium still had tricks up its sleeve. Because in the aftermath of Manzikert, when everything seemed lost, when the empire was fragmenting and enemies were closing in from all sides, a remarkable family took power. The Komnenian dynasty, 3 emperors, grandfather, son, and grandson, who would rule for a century and give Byzantium one last golden age. They could not restore the empire to its former glory, but they could stabilize it, rebuild the army, recover some lost territory, and prove that even a wounded empire could still be dangerous. They could buy another century of Byzantine survival through sheer competence and determination. And that is where our story turns next, to the Comnenian Restoration, the First Crusade and its complicated relationship with Byzantium, the brilliant diplomatic games that kept the empire alive, and the ultimate failure that proved you cannot rebuild a shattered empire no matter how talented your rulers are. Because sometimes the best you can do is delay the inevitable, and the Comnenian emperors were masters of delay. Rest well, knowing that we have seen Byzantium's greatest disaster. Soon, we will see how they fought back from the edge of oblivion. Sweet dreams. Sometimes the best thing that can happen to a dying empire is for a soldier to seize the throne, not a philosopher, not a bureaucrat, not a nobleman who inherited power. A soldier who understands that when everything is falling apart, you need someone who knows how to fight, how to survive, and how to make brutal decisions without hesitation. In 1081, 10 years after Manzikert, the Byzantine Empire was on life support. Anatolia was gone. The Normans had just conquered the last Byzantine holdings in southern Italy. The Pechenegs were raiding across the Danube. The Seljuks were practically at the gates of Constantinople. The treasury was empty. The army was a shadow of what it had been. Political chaos reigned. And then a general named Alexios Komnenos marched into Constantinople, overthrew the incompetent emperor and seized power in a military coup. He was smart, ruthless, and desperate. The empire he inherited was a disaster, but over the next 37 years he would stabilize it, rebuild it, and give it one more century of relevance. This is the story of the Comnenian Restoration. 3 emperors, Alexios, his son John, his grandson Manuel, who ruled for 104 years and proved that brilliant leadership can delay decline, even if it cannot reverse it forever. Let me paint you a picture of what Alexios faced when he took power in April of 1081. The empire had shrunk to about 1/3 of its size just 10 years earlier. Revenue had collapsed along with the lost territories. The professional army that had defended the empire for centuries barely existed anymore. The government was dysfunctional and corrupt, and Alexios had enemies everywhere, literally everywhere. To the west, the Normans under Robert Guiscard. The same Normans who had betrayed Romanos at Manzikert were invading Byzantine Greece. To the north, the Pechenegs, a nomadic Turkish people, were raiding Thrace. To the east, the Seljuks controlled all of Anatolia. And inside Constantinople, there were factions that wanted him dead because he had seized power illegally. Most emperors would have looked at this situation and despaired. Alexios got to work. First, he dealt with the Normans. Robert Guiscard was a terrifying opponent, a Norman adventurer who had carved out a kingdom in southern Italy through sheer audacity and military genius. He had already taken Byzantine Italy. Now he wanted Byzantine Greece, and ultimately he probably wanted Constantinople itself. Alexios could not beat Guiscard in a straight fight. He did not have the army for it. So he did what Byzantines had always done best. He used diplomacy, money, and cunning. He bribed Guiscard's enemies in Italy to attack Norman territory, forcing Guiscard to divert resources back home. He allied with Venice, promising them trade privileges in exchange for naval support. He used Byzantine gold to hire mercenaries, not enough to win battles on their own, but enough to make Guiscard's campaigns expensive and difficult. It worked. Sort of. Guiscard died in 1085 while campaigning against Byzantium, and the Norman threat diminished significantly. It was not a glorious victory. Alexios did not crush the Normans in battle, but he survived them, which was all that mattered. Next, the Pechenegs. These nomadic raiders had been terrorizing the Balkans for years. In 1087, they crossed the Danube in huge numbers and threatened Constantinople itself. Alexios needed to destroy them permanently, but he did not have a strong enough army. So he made a deal with another nomadic people, the Cumans. He offered them gold and Byzantine trade privileges to attack the Pechenegs from behind. In 1091, at the Battle of Mount Labunian, the combined Byzantine and Cuman forces destroyed the Pecheneg army so completely that the Pechenegs ceased to exist as a distinct people. It was total annihilation. But then, in classic Byzantine fashion, the Cumans became a problem. Having defeated the Pechenegs with Byzantine help, they figured they could raid Byzantine territory themselves. So Alexios had to defeat them too, which he did 3 years later. Do you see the pattern? Alexios was constantly making deals with one enemy to fight another enemy, then dealing with the first enemy once the second was defeated. It was exhausting, complicated, and morally ambiguous, but it worked. By the mid-1090s, Alexios had secured the Balkans. Now he could focus on the real problem, Anatolia and the Seljuks. But Alexios did not have the resources to reconquer Anatolia. He needed help. He needed soldiers. He needed an army that could match the Seljuk light cavalry. And he was about to get an army, though not in any way he expected or wanted. In 1095, Pope Urban II called for a crusade, the First Crusade. European knights and soldiers would march to the Holy Land to recapture Jerusalem from Muslim control, and their route would take them right through Constantinople. When Alexios heard about this, his first reaction was probably somewhere between excitement and horror. Excitement because, finally, Western soldiers to help fight the Seljuks. Horror because these were Western Europeans, who Byzantines considered barbaric, theologically incorrect, and dangerously unpredictable. And Alexios was right to be worried, because what showed up at Constantinople in 1096 was not a disciplined army under imperial command. It was tens of thousands of armed pilgrims and knights who answered only to their own leaders, had their own agenda, and frankly did not care much about Byzantine interests. The cultural clash was immediate and profound. Byzantine civilization was sophisticated, refined, with complex court etiquette and diplomatic protocols. The Crusaders were, from the Byzantine perspective, barbarians. They were loud, crude, violent, and they did not understand or respect Byzantine customs. There are accounts of Crusader knights riding their horses through the palace corridors because they did not understand that you were supposed to dismount and walk, of Crusader leaders demanding to meet the emperor immediately without going through proper diplomatic channels, of Crusaders looting Byzantine villages for supplies because they had no idea how Byzantine logistics worked. The Byzantines, for their part, seemed weak and effeminate to the Crusaders. All this ceremony and bowing and elaborate protocol, real men settled things with swords, not words. The theological differences from the Great Schism made everything worse. The Crusaders thought the Byzantines were schismatic heretics. The Byzantines thought the Crusaders were barely Christian barbarians. It was a disaster waiting to happen. But Alexios was a genius at managing disasters. He insisted that each Crusader leader swear an oath of loyalty to him before their armies could pass through Byzantine territory. He promised to support the crusade with supplies and Byzantine troops. In return, any territory the Crusaders reconquered that had previously been Byzantine would be returned to the empire. The Crusader leaders, after much arguing and posturing, agreed, partly because they needed Byzantine help, partly because Alexios essentially held them hostage in Constantinople until they swore, partly because some of them actually respected the oath. And you know what? It worked. Sort of. The First Crusade, with Byzantine support and guidance, smashed through Seljuk territory. They recaptured Nicaea, the old Byzantine capital just across from Constantinople, and returned it to Alexios as promised. They pushed the Seljuks back across Anatolia. For the first time since Manzikert, Byzantine armies were operating deep in what had been their own territory. But then the Crusaders reached Antioch, and things got complicated. Antioch had been a Byzantine city for centuries before the Seljuks took it. By the treaty, it should have been returned to Alexios. But the Crusader leader who captured it, Bohemond, who was actually the son of Robert Guiscard, the Norman who had attacked Alexios years earlier, decided to keep it for himself. He declared himself Prince of Antioch and told Alexios essentially, "Come and take it if you can." Alexios was furious, but what could he do? Start a war with the Crusaders while they were fighting the Seljuks? Attack fellow Christians who had just helped him recover territory? It would make him look like a villain to all of Western Europe. So he waited. In 1107, Bohemond got ambitious and invaded Byzantine territory directly. Big mistake. Alexios was ready this time. He defeated Bohemond at Dyrrhachium in 1108 and forced him to sign the Treaty of Devol, which made Bohemond his vassal and theoretically returned Antioch to Byzantine control. In practice, the treaty was never fully enforced, but it did not matter. Alexios had achieved his main goal. He had used the crusade to push the Seljuks back and recover a significant portion of western Anatolia. Not all of it, but enough to create a new, more secure frontier and give the empire breathing room. By the time Alexios died in 1118, he had done the impossible. He had taken an empire that was fragmenting and on the verge of collapse and stabilized it. He had recovered territory. He had rebuilt the army, reorganized the government, and restored Byzantine prestige. The empire was still much smaller than it had been before Manzikert, but it was viable again. It could defend itself. It could survive. And he had established a dynasty. His son, John II Komnenos, took the throne smoothly. No civil war, no chaos, just an orderly succession. That alone was remarkable in Byzantine history. John II ruled from 1118 to 1143, and he was everything you would want in an emperor. He was called John the Beautiful, or John the Good by contemporaries, not because of his appearance, but because of his character. He was just, pious, personally brave, and an excellent military commander. John continued his father's work. He campaigned every year, just like Basil II had done, methodically strengthening Byzantine borders and pushing enemies back. He defeated the Pechenegs again when they tried to raid. He fought the Hungarians and won. He campaigned in Anatolia, pushing the Seljuks further east. He even went to Syria and tried to bring Antioch back under Byzantine control, though that proved impossible without starting a full war with the Crusader states. What made John remarkable was his consistency. Year after year, campaign after campaign, victory after victory. Nothing spectacular, nothing dramatic, just steady, competent rulership. By 1143, when John died in a hunting accident, shot with a poisoned arrow, possibly by mistake, possibly not, the Byzantine Empire was stronger than it had been in 70 years. John's son Manuel I Komnenos took power next, and he was cut from a different cloth. Where John was steady and cautious, Manuel was ambitious and flashy. Where John avoided risks, Manuel embraced them. Manuel wanted to restore the empire to its former glory. Not just defend what they had, but expand, reconquer, make Byzantium a superpower again. And for a while, it looked like he might succeed. Manuel was charismatic, intelligent, and brave. He campaigned in the Balkans and crushed the Hungarians at the Battle of Sirmium in 1167. He controlled nearly the entire eastern Adriatic coast. He made alliances with the Pope and Western Christian kingdoms. He successfully handled the Second Crusade passing through his territory, a much smoother process than the First Crusade had been, because everyone had learned from previous mistakes. Constantinople under Manuel was a cosmopolitan wonder. Western knights came to serve in his armies. Italian merchants filled the harbours. Scholars from across the Mediterranean gathered in the libraries. The imperial court held elaborate tournaments, copying Western customs, which scandalized traditionalist Byzantines who thought jousting was barbaric. But Manuel did not care. He was building a new Byzantine identity, one that combined the best of Greek, Roman, and Western European culture. The money flowing through Constantinople was staggering. Even though the empire was smaller, trade was booming. The customs duties alone were immense. Manuel spent lavishly on his army, on buildings, on diplomacy, on maintaining the imperial image. Some historians say the Comnenian imperial family spent so much money they could have maintained an army of 100,000 men just with their household expenses. But Manuel made a fatal mistake. In 1176 he marched into Seljuk territory with a massive army, trying to deal the Turks a decisive blow. He was repeating Romanos's mistake at Manzikert, and the result was predictable. At the Battle of Myriokephalon, the Seljuks ambushed and destroyed Manuel's army. It was not quite as catastrophic as Manzikert. Manuel himself escaped, and the empire did not collapse, but it was devastating nonetheless. It proved that even after a century of Comnenian rebuilding, Byzantium still could not match the Seljuks in open battle deep in Anatolian territory. Manuel survived the defeat, but he was never the same. He died in 1180, and with him died the Comnenian Golden Age. His son Alexios II was only 11 years old when he became emperor. Within 3 years he was overthrown and murdered. The empire descended into chaos again. The Comnenian dynasty was over, but what a dynasty it had been. 104 years, 1181 to 1185, of relative stability under 3 talented emperors. They had saved Byzantium from extinction. They had recovered territory, rebuilt the army, restored prestige. They had navigated the dangerous waters of the Crusades, turning a potential disaster into a strategic advantage. And yet, they could not fully reverse Manzikert's consequences. Anatolia was still mostly lost. The empire was still dependent on mercenaries and foreign allies. The treasury, despite all the trade revenue, was strained by constant warfare. The Comnenians had bought time, but they had not restored the empire to its former glory. Here is what fascinates me about the Comnenian period. It shows you what excellent leadership can achieve, and also what it cannot achieve. Alexios, John, and Manuel were all talented rulers. They were smart, capable, and dedicated to the empire, and they accomplished extraordinary things given what they had to work with. But they could not change the underlying reality. The empire had lost Anatolia, and without Anatolia it could never be the superpower it once was. They could stabilize, they could rebuild, they could even expand in some regions, but they could not restore what had been lost. It is like trying to rebuild a house after the foundation has cracked. You can make repairs, you can shore things up, you can make it livable again, but it will never be as strong as it was before the foundation broke, and eventually the whole structure will fail. The Comnenians gave Byzantium a century of borrowed time. They proved that even a wounded empire could still be dangerous, could still win battles, could still matter on the world stage. They showed that leadership matters, that competence and determination can overcome terrible odds. But they also showed the limits of what even great leaders can accomplish. Because after Manuel died and the Comnenian dynasty ended, Byzantium was about to face a catastrophe that no amount of military skill or diplomatic cunning could prevent. A betrayal so profound, a disaster so complete, that it would make Manzikert look like a minor setback. As you drift towards sleep tonight, think about those three emperors, Alexios, taking power when everything seemed lost and somehow stabilizing the chaos. John, steadily building on his father's achievements year after patient year. Manuel, reaching for glory and nearly grasping it. 3 generations of talented leadership, buying time, delaying the inevitable, giving their empire one last century of relevance. They were masters of survival. But survival only lasts as long as your enemies allow it, and Byzantium's next enemy would not come from the east or the north. It would not be Seljuks or Pechenegs or Normans. It would be fellow Christians, crusaders who were supposed to be allies, Western Europeans who were supposed to be rescuing Jerusalem. Instead, in 1204, they would turn their armies on Constantinople itself. They would sack the greatest Christian city in the world. They would loot churches, burn libraries, rape nuns, and destroy treasures that had survived for 900 years. They would prove that sometimes the most dangerous enemies are the ones who claim to be your friends. And that horror, that unforgivable betrayal, is where our journey takes us next. The Fourth Crusade. The day Western Christendom destroyed Eastern Christendom, the wound that never healed. But for now, rest in the knowledge that we have seen Byzantium fight back from the brink. We have seen what determination and intelligence can achieve even in desperate circumstances. We have seen an empire refuse to die. Soon we will see it nearly killed by those who should have been protecting it. Sweet dreams. If I told you that in the year 1204, an army of Christian crusaders set out to recapture Jerusalem from Muslim control, but instead they sacked the greatest Christian city in the world, murdered fellow Christians, looted 900 years of accumulated treasure, and destroyed the Byzantine Empire. You might think I was exaggerating for dramatic effect, but I am not. This actually happened. And it was not an accident. It was not a tragic misunderstanding. It was a calculated act of greed, betrayal, and political opportunism dressed up in religious rhetoric. The Fourth Crusade never made it to Jerusalem. Instead, it destroyed Constantinople, the city that had protected Christianity for 9 centuries, and the Byzantine Empire, which had survived Arab conquests, Bulgar invasions, Seljuk expansion, and internal chaos, never fully recovered. This is the story of the worst thing Christians ever did to other Christians, and somehow the people who did it still thought they were the good guys. The Fourth Crusade was called in 1198 by Pope Innocent III. The goal was straightforward: recapture Jerusalem, which had fallen back under Muslim control after the Third Crusade failed. This time, the Crusaders decided to approach from Egypt, strike at the heart of Muslim power, then move north to take Jerusalem. Reasonable plan. Except the Crusaders had no ships. They were European knights and soldiers from France, Germany, and Italy. They knew how to fight on land. They did not have a navy capable of transporting an army to Egypt, so they made a deal with Venice. Venice at this time was the greatest maritime power in the Mediterranean. They had the ships, they had the naval expertise, and they were very, very good at making money. The Doge of Venice, Enrico Dandolo, agreed to transport the Crusader army for 85,000 silver marks, an enormous sum. Now, Enrico Dandolo was 90 years old and blind. Yes, blind. He had lost his sight years earlier, possibly in Constantinople under mysterious circumstances. Some sources claim the Byzantines blinded him, though this is probably propaganda. Regardless, Dandolo was brilliant, ruthless, and absolutely committed to Venetian commercial interests above everything else, including Christian solidarity. The Crusaders gathered in Venice in 1202 ready to sail. But there was a problem. They did not have enough money. They had promised 85,000 marks. They only raised about 51,000. They were 34,000 marks short. Dandolo had a solution. Venice had some enemies who needed dealing with. If the Crusaders would do Venice a few favours, Dandolo would defer payment and provide the ships. The Crusaders, desperate to get their crusade underway, agreed. The first favour: attack the Christian city of Zara on the Adriatic coast. Zara was a rival to Venetian trade and had placed itself under the protection of the King of Hungary, who, by the way, had himself taken crusading vows and was supposed to be on the same side as the Crusaders. The Crusaders besieged and sacked Zara in November of 1202. A Christian army attacking a Christian city under the protection of a Christian king. Pope Innocent III was furious. He excommunicated the entire Crusader army. Then, realizing this might end the crusade entirely, he lifted the excommunication from the Crusaders but kept it on the Venetians. That should have been a warning about how this crusade was going to go. It was not. While the Crusaders were in Zara, they received an interesting proposal. A Byzantine prince named Alexios Angelos arrived with an offer. His father, Emperor Isaac II, had been overthrown and blinded. Yes, blinded again, it is the Byzantine way. By his own brother, who now ruled as Alexios III. Young Prince Alexios wanted the Crusaders to help him restore his father to the throne. In exchange, he promised ridiculous amounts of money. 200,000 silver marks, more than twice what they owed Venice. He promised to supply the crusade with 10,000 Byzantine troops. He promised to bring the Orthodox Church back into communion with Rome, healing the Great Schism. And he promised to maintain 500 knights in the Holy Land at his own expense. It was an absurdly generous offer, too good to be true, which should have been everyone's first clue that Prince Alexios was making promises he could not possibly keep. But the Crusaders were desperate for money and convinced themselves they were helping restore the rightful emperor. Dandolo, meanwhile, saw an opportunity to eliminate Venetian commercial rivals in Constantinople and perhaps gain permanent trade advantages. So the crusade diverted to Constantinople. They arrived in June of 1203. The sight must have been incredible. This massive fleet of Venetian ships and Crusader soldiers sailing up to the walls of the greatest city in Christendom, ostensibly to restore the rightful emperor, but really to collect on a debt that could not be paid. The Byzantine response was confused and divided. Emperor Alexios III was a weak, unpopular ruler. His own people did not trust him. When the Crusaders attacked, Alexios III panicked and fled the city, taking the imperial treasury with him. The Byzantines hastily restored the blinded Isaac II to the throne and crowned young Prince Alexios as co-emperor. The Crusaders had technically won. They had restored Isaac and Alexios. Time to collect payment and move on to Egypt, right? Wrong. Because young Emperor Alexios IV, as he was now styled, discovered something awkward. The Byzantine treasury was empty. His uncle had stolen it when he fled, and the promises Alexios had made, 200,000 marks, 10,000 troops ending the schism, were impossible to fulfill. Alexios tried. He really did. He raised taxes. He confiscated church treasures to melt down for silver. He became increasingly unpopular with his own people, who saw him as a puppet of the hated Latins. The Crusaders, meanwhile, were camped outside the city walls, getting angrier by the day because they were not being paid. Constantinople was tense. Byzantine mobs attacked Latins living in the city, Western merchants mostly, and burned down a mosque where Muslim traders worshipped, which spread to destroy large sections of the city. The Crusaders retaliated by attacking Byzantine positions. Relations deteriorated rapidly. Then, in January of 1204, a Byzantine nobleman named Alexios Doukas staged a coup. He arrested both emperors. Isaac II died shortly after, possibly from stress, possibly murdered. Young Alexios IV was strangled with a bowstring. Alexios Doukas crowned himself Emperor Alexios V and told the Crusaders to leave. No payment, no alliance, just go away. The Crusaders were furious. They'd been sitting outside Constantinople for months, waiting for payment that never came. They had helped install an emperor who was now dead, and the new emperor told them to get lost. Dandolo saw his opportunity. He proposed that instead of leaving empty-handed, the Crusaders should just take Constantinople, sack the city, divide the loot, establish a Latin empire in the heart of the Byzantine world. The Crusaders, led by Boniface of Montferrat and Baldwin of Flanders, agreed. They drew up a treaty dividing the spoils before they even attacked. 3/8 to the Crusaders, 3/8 to Venice, 2/8 to whoever became the new Latin emperor. They were planning to carve up the Byzantine Empire like a business transaction. On April 9th, 1204, the Crusaders attacked Constantinople's sea walls along the Golden Horn. The Byzantines defended bravely, but they were outnumbered and demoralized. The city's famous walls, which had held against every attacker for 900 years, were finally breached, not by Muslims, not by barbarians, but by fellow Christians. On April 13th, Constantinople fell, and what happened next was one of the greatest crimes in medieval history. The Crusaders were given 3 days to loot, 3 days to take whatever they wanted from the richest city in Christendom, and they took everything. The Byzantine historian Nikitas Choniates was there. He watched it happen. His eyewitness account is heartbreaking. He describes Crusaders breaking into churches, ripping gold and silver ornaments from altars, destroying icons, desecrating the Hagia Sophia. They brought prostitutes into the great cathedral and made them sit on the Patriarch's throne while they sang vulgar songs. They smashed priceless artwork because it was easier than carrying it. They burned libraries full of ancient manuscripts because they did not care about books. Churches that had stood since Constantine's time were looted and desecrated. Relics that were priceless, pieces of the true cross, bones of saints, treasures from Jerusalem itself, were stolen. The famous bronze horses that had stood in the hippodrome since the reign of Theodosius were torn down and shipped to Venice, where they still stand today at the Basilica of St. Mark. Nuns were raped, civilians were murdered, homes were ransacked. The accumulated wealth of 9 centuries, gold, silver, jewels, artwork, manuscripts, relics, was stolen or destroyed. Historians estimate that Constantinople lost more treasures in 3 days of Crusader looting than it had lost in all previous sacks and invasions combined, and the Crusaders thought they were justified. They told themselves the Byzantines were schismatics, heretics, not really proper Christians anyway. They convinced themselves this was God's punishment on the Greeks for leaving the Catholic Church. They rationalized that the loot was fair compensation for broken promises. Nikitas Choniotes, watching his civilization destroyed, wrote, "Even the Saracens are merciful and kind compared to these men who bear the cross of Christ on their shoulders. Think about that. A Byzantine Christian saying that Muslim conquerors were kinder than Christian crusaders. After the looting, the Crusaders established the Latin Empire of Constantinople. Baldwin of Flanders became the first Latin emperor. The Byzantine territories were divided among Crusader lords like feudal estates. Venice took control of key ports and trade routes. The city that had been the jewel of Eastern Christianity was now a Western colony. But the Byzantines did not disappear. Byzantine nobles fled to different regions and established governments in exile. The most successful was in Nicaea, just across from Constantinople. There, the Lascaris family set up a Byzantine state and immediately began planning to retake the capital. Another Byzantine state formed in Epirus, another in Trebizond on the Black Sea. The Latin Empire of Constantinople was a disaster from the start. The Latin emperors had no legitimacy in Byzantine eyes. They did not understand how to administer the complex Byzantine bureaucracy. They could not defend their territory from Byzantine successor states or from Bulgarian attacks. The whole thing was held together by Venetian trade money and Crusader military force, both of which were dwindling. Meanwhile, the Byzantine state in Nicaea was growing stronger, under capable emperors like Theodore II Lascaris, and then Michael VIII Palaiologos. The Nicaean Empire became the legitimate successor to Byzantium. They recovered territory. They rebuilt the army. They used diplomacy to play the Latin Empire, the Bulgarians and the Seljuks against each other. In 1261, just 57 years after the Fourth Crusade sacked Constantinople, Michael VIII Palaiologos recaptured the city. The Byzantines were back. The Latin Empire was over. But the damage was permanent. The Constantinople that Michael recaptured was a shadow of what it had been. The population had crashed, from hundreds of thousands to maybe 50,000. Entire neighborhoods were abandoned. Churches were in ruins. The imperial palace was burned out. The libraries were gone. The treasures were gone. The wealth that had made Constantinople great was scattered across Europe or melted down for coins. The Byzantine Empire that was restored in 1261 was a shell. It controlled Constantinople and some surrounding territory, but that was it. Most of Anatolia was gone to the Seljuks and later the Ottomans. Greece was divided among petty states. The empire's population, economy and military power were a fraction of what they had been. And the psychological damage was deeper than the physical damage. The Byzantines never forgot that Western Christians had done this to them. The Fourth Crusade poisoned relations between East and West permanently. When, centuries later, the Byzantines were desperately defending Constantinople against the Ottoman Turks and pleaded with Western Europe for help, many Byzantines said they would rather live under the Sultan's turban than the Pope's tiara. They meant it. The Grand Duke Lucas Notaras supposedly said, "Better the Turkish turban than the Latin mitre." Historians debate whether he actually said this, or if it is a later invention, but the sentiment was real. The Fourth Crusade had taught the Byzantines that Western Christians were not their allies. They were enemies who pretended to be friends, which made them more dangerous than honest enemies. What can we learn from this catastrophe? Maybe that greed can corrupt anything, even religious devotion. The Fourth Crusade started with the noble goal of recapturing Jerusalem. It ended with crusaders looting the greatest Christian city in the world because Venetian merchants wanted profit and French knights wanted loot. Or maybe the lesson is that debt is dangerous. The crusaders went into debt to Venice and ended up as tools of Venetian commercial interests. By the time they realized they had been manipulated, they were too committed to turn back. Or maybe it is about the danger of dehumanizing people who are different from you. The Crusaders convinced themselves that Byzantine Christians were not really Christian, not really deserving of protection, not really people who mattered. Once you dehumanize someone, you can justify anything you do to them. The Fourth Crusade was a tragedy wrapped in a crime, wrapped in a betrayal. It destroyed an empire that had protected Christianity for 9 centuries. It scattered treasures that could never be recovered. It created a wound between Eastern and Western Christianity that has never healed, and it accomplished none of its stated goals. Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands. As you settle into sleep tonight, think about that shining city on the Bosphorus. For 900 years it stood as a beacon of civilization. Constantine built it. Justinian beautified it. Basil defended it. Alexios saved it. Generations of emperors, scholars, artists, and craftsmen made it the greatest city in the Christian world. And then, in 3 days in April of 1204, Western Christians destroyed it. Not for God, not for Jerusalem, for money, for loot, for petty political advantages. The Fourth Crusade proves that sometimes the most dangerous enemies are the ones who speak your language, worship your God, and claim to be your friends. Because those are the ones you trust. Those are the ones you let inside your walls, and those are the ones who can hurt you the most. But even after this catastrophe, even with Constantinople in ruins and the empire reduced to a shadow, Byzantium refused to die. The Palaiologoi emperors would rule for another 2 centuries. They would preside over an intellectual and artistic renaissance even as their political power crumbled. They would prove that culture can outlive military strength, that ideas can survive when empires cannot. And that is where we turn next, to the twilight years of Byzantium, the Palaiologian period, when the empire was small and weak but still produced brilliant art, profound philosophy, and scholars who would help spark the Italian Renaissance. When Constantinople was a ghost of its former glory but still beautiful, still cultured, still defiant in the face of inevitable destruction. Because sometimes the most impressive thing is not how powerful you are when you are strong, but how gracefully you endure when you are weak. And the Palaiologoi would show the world how to die with dignity. Rest well, knowing we have witnessed the greatest betrayal in Byzantine history. Soon we will see how they survived it. Diminished, but unbroken. Sweet dreams. Have you ever watched something beautiful slowly fade away? Not disappear suddenly, not get destroyed violently, but just gradually diminish year by year, decade by decade, until what remains is a shadow of what once was. That is the story of the last 2 centuries of the Byzantine Empire. The Palaiologian period, 1261 to 1453, when Constantinople was still standing, still beautiful, still producing brilliant art and philosophy, but everyone knew the end was coming. It is one of history's strangest paradoxes. While the Byzantine Empire was politically dying, Byzantine culture was flourishing. While emperors ruled over shrinking territories and empty treasuries, Byzantine scholars were creating masterpieces that would inspire the Italian Renaissance. While the Ottoman Turks were slowly strangling the empire, Constantinople was experiencing an intellectual and artistic golden age. This is the story of how you can be dying and thriving at the same time, how culture can outlive power, and how sometimes the most beautiful things are created in the shadow of extinction. Michael VIII, Palaiologos, recaptured Constantinople in 1261, and he must have felt like he had won the greatest victory in Byzantine history. The Latin Empire was defeated. The city was Byzantine again. The rightful emperor sat on the throne once more, but the victory was hollow. Because the Constantinople Michael recaptured was not the city that had been sacked in 1204. Entire neighborhoods were abandoned, buildings collapsed from neglect. The famous Blachernay Palace was a burned-out ruin. The Hagia Sophia had been used as a Catholic cathedral for 60 years and needed massive repairs. The population had shrunk from perhaps 400,000 before the Fourth Crusade to maybe 50,000 now. And the empire itself? It was tiny. Michael controlled Constantinople, some territory in Thrace, parts of Greece, and a few islands. That was it. Anatolia was gone to the Seljuks and the rising Ottoman Turks. The Balkans were divided among Serbs, Bulgarians, and independent Byzantine successor states that refused to acknowledge Michael's authority. The empire that had once stretched from Spain to Armenia was now smaller than modern Greece. Worse still, Michael was broke. The Fourth Crusade had scattered the accumulated wealth of 9 centuries across Europe. The Latin emperors had sold off whatever remained. The tax base had collapsed along with the lost territories. Michael could barely afford to pay his soldiers, let alone rebuild the city or reconquer lost provinces. So Michael did what Byzantine emperors had always done when they lacked military strength. He used diplomacy. Brilliant, Machiavellian, utterly ruthless diplomacy. He played enemies against each other. He bribed generals, assassinated rivals, made alliances and broke them when convenient. He spent Byzantine gold not on armies, but on preventing other people's armies from attacking him. And it worked, sort of. Michael managed to keep the empire alive through sheer cunning. But he made one decision that haunted the empire for the rest of its existence. In 1274, desperate for Western support against the growing power of Charles of Anjou, who wanted to reconquer Constantinople, Michael agreed to reunite the Orthodox and Catholic churches under papal authority. The Union of Lions, they called it. On paper, it healed the Great Schism. In practice, it was a disaster. The Byzantine people hated it. The Orthodox clergy rejected it. Riots broke out in Constantinople. Michael was forcing his people to submit to Rome for political convenience, and they knew it. The union was never truly implemented, and it poisoned Michael's relationship with his own subjects. When Michael died in 1282, his own church refused to give him a Christian burial because of his pro-Catholic policies. The emperor who had restored Constantinople died excommunicated by his own patriarchs. That is how bitter the religious divide had become. Michael's son, Andronikos II Palaiologos, immediately renounced the Union of Lions and returned to Orthodox independence. But the damage was done. The empire's internal divisions were deep, and meanwhile a new threat was emerging that would eventually destroy Byzantium, the Ottoman Turks. The Ottomans were different from the Seljuks. They were more organized, more ambitious, and much more dangerous. Starting as a small principality in northwestern Anatolia, they began expanding rapidly in the early 14th century. They conquered other Turkish beyliks, defeated Byzantine armies, and started moving into Europe. And the Byzantines could not stop them. Why? Because they were too busy fighting each other. From 1321 to 1328, Byzantium tore itself apart in a civil war between Andronikos II and his grandson Andronikos III. Grandfather versus grandson, both claiming to be the rightful emperor, both hiring mercenaries and foreign allies, both devastating what little territory the empire still controlled. The younger Andronikos won, took the throne, and actually proved to be a capable emperor. But the civil war had weakened the empire catastrophically. Serbian power in the Balkans had grown during the chaos. The Ottomans had crossed into Europe and established a foothold, and the empire had wasted precious resources fighting itself instead of its real enemies. Then, from 1341 to 1347, another civil war, this time between John V Palaiologos and John VI Cantacuzene. 7 years of fighting, 7 years of the empire bleeding itself dry. The Ottomans gleefully supported whichever side paid them more, using Byzantine civil wars to establish themselves deeper in European territory. By the time this second civil war ended, the Ottomans were the real power in the region. The Byzantine Empire was just a shadow state surviving on Ottoman tolerance. The tail was wagging the dog. But here is where the story gets fascinating. Because while all this political chaos and military decline was happening, Byzantine culture was experiencing a renaissance. The Paleologian Renaissance, scholars call it. And it was extraordinary. Think about it. You are living in Constantinople in the 1300s. Your empire is dying. The Turks are at the gates. Your emperors are fighting each other. The economy is in shambles. Everything suggests you should be in despair, that culture and learning should collapse along with political power. Instead, Byzantine intellectuals and artists created some of the most beautiful work in the empire's history. Theodore Metochites, for example. He was a scholar, statesman, and patron of the arts under Andronikos II. In 1316 to 1321, during the build-up to civil war, when you would think people had more pressing concerns, Metochites rebuilt and redecorated the Chora Church in Constantinople. Have you seen the mosaics and frescoes in that church? They are breathtaking, delicate, expressive, full of movement and emotion. They represent some of the finest Byzantine art ever created. Metochites himself was a polymath. He wrote about astronomy, philosophy, poetry, and history. His essays covered everything from the nature of happiness to the movements of celestial bodies. He founded schools and supported scholars, and he did all this while serving as chief minister to an emperor who was leading the empire to ruin. When Andronikos II was overthrown in 1328, Metochites was sent into exile. He spent his last years as a monk in the very church he had renovated, studying and writing until his death in 1332. There is something beautiful and tragic about that. A brilliant man watching his world collapse while creating works that would outlast the empire itself. Or consider Nikephoros Gregoras. He was a historian, astronomer, and theologian who lived through the civil wars and wrote a detailed history of his era. His work is invaluable for understanding this period. But what strikes me is his intellectual curiosity. While the empire was dying, Gregoras was calculating solar eclipses, debating theology, corresponding with scholars across the Mediterranean. He kept the life of the mind alive even as the political world around him crumbled. Byzantine scholars in this period were doing something remarkable. They were preserving and studying the classical Greek texts that Western Europe had forgotten. Plato, Aristotle, the Greek tragedians, the historians. All of this was alive in Constantinople when it was dead or barely known in the West. And as the Ottoman threat grew and it became clear that Constantinople might fall, these scholars started taking their books and fleeing to Italy. Manuel Chrysoloras went to Florence in 1397 and taught Greek to Italian humanists. He brought manuscripts of Plato's works. Suddenly, Western scholars could read Plato in the original Greek for the first time in centuries. Cardinal Bessarion, a Byzantine who had gone to Italy for a church council, ended up staying in Rome and building one of the greatest libraries in Europe. He spent his own money buying Byzantine manuscripts and bringing them to safety. His library contained hundreds of Greek texts that might otherwise have been lost when Constantinople fell. These Byzantine refugees were instrumental in starting the Italian Renaissance. They brought the texts, the language skills, and the intellectual traditions that Western scholars had lost. Petrarch, Boccaccio, the early humanists, they all desperately wanted to read Greek philosophy and literature, but they could not read Greek. The Byzantines taught them. It is one of history's great ironies. The Byzantine Empire was dying, but Byzantine culture was spreading across Europe and would help create the modern world. The political entity was ending, but the intellectual tradition was just beginning a new phase. Meanwhile, back in Constantinople, the empire's situation got worse and worse. The Ottomans conquered the Balkans. The Serbian Empire, which had briefly rivaled Byzantium, was destroyed at the Battle of Kosovo in 1389. Bulgaria fell. One by one, the Christian kingdoms that had surrounded Byzantium were absorbed into the Ottoman Empire. Constantinople became an island in an Ottoman sea. The emperor still ruled the city and a few small territories, but he was essentially an Ottoman vassal. He paid tribute to the Sultan. He had to ask permission to repair the city walls. When Ottoman princes fought each other for the throne, Byzantine emperors had to choose sides carefully because supporting the wrong prince could get you killed. Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, who ruled from 1391 to 1425, spent much of his reign travelling Western Europe begging for help. He went to Venice, to France, to England. He met with kings and popes, explained that Constantinople was the last bastion of Christianity in the East, warned that if Constantinople fell, the Ottomans would threaten all of Europe, and Western Europe said, essentially, "That is very sad. Have you considered reuniting with the Catholic Church? The West would only help if the Byzantines submitted to papal authority. The Byzantines remembered the Fourth Crusade and did not trust Western promises. It was a deadlock. Constantinople needed Western military support to survive, but the price of that support was religious submission that most Byzantines found unacceptable. So the empire lingered on, year after year, decade after decade, getting smaller, weaker, poorer. The population of Constantinople continued to decline. By the 1400s, large sections of the city were abandoned. Farms and gardens grew inside the walls where neighbourhoods had once stood. The city that had held 1 million people now held maybe 50,000. But it was still Constantinople, still beautiful in its decay. The Hagia Sophia still stood, its dome still soaring impossibly high. The mosaics still glittered in candlelight. The libraries still held ancient wisdom. Scholars still debated philosophy in the streets. It was a ghost of its former glory, but it was a magnificent ghost. The Palaiologoi emperors knew they were presiding over an ending. They knew the Ottomans would eventually take the city, but they refused to give up. They maintained the imperial court with elaborate ceremony even when the treasury was empty. They commissioned art and architecture they could barely afford. They acted like emperors of a great empire even when they ruled over almost nothing. Was this delusion, or was it dignity? I think it was dignity. The Palaiologoi were showing the world that power is not just about armies and territory. It is also about culture, tradition, and the refusal to accept that your civilization's story is over as long as there is still one more page to write. The economic situation was dire. The Byzantines had lost control of their own trade. Genoese and Venetian merchants dominated Constantinople's commerce. They had their own quarters in the city, paid minimal taxes, and reaped most of the profits. The emperors were powerless to stop this because they needed Italian naval support. The hyperperon, that gold currency that had replaced the solidus, was debased to almost nothing. By the 1400s, Byzantine coins were nearly worthless. The empire ran on Italian ducats and Venetian bezants. The monetary system that had been the foundation of Byzantine power for 1,000 years was dead. And yet, and this is what amazes me, the cultural life continued. The monasteries continued producing illuminated manuscripts. The painters continued creating icons. The philosophers continued teaching. Right up until the end, Constantinople remained a centre of learning and culture. Think about what that means. These people knew their empire was dying. They could see the Ottoman armies growing stronger. They knew Constantinople would fall eventually, but they kept creating, kept studying, kept teaching. They refused to let the approaching darkness extinguish the light of knowledge. That is courage. Not the courage of soldiers facing death in battle, but the courage of scholars and artists who keep working even when they know their world is ending. The courage to believe that what you create matters, even if, especially if, it is all that will survive when everything else is gone. As you drift towards sleep tonight, think about those Byzantine scholars in their libraries copying ancient texts while Ottoman armies camped outside the walls. Think about artists creating beautiful mosaics in churches that might soon become mosques. Think about emperors maintaining elaborate court ceremonies in a palace they could barely afford to heat. They were not in denial. They knew exactly what was happening, but they chose to act with grace and dignity anyway. They chose to preserve knowledge and beauty. They chose to believe that civilization is worth fighting for, even when the fight is hopeless. The Paleologian period teaches us that endings can be beautiful. That decline does not have to mean despair. That sometimes the most important thing is not whether you win or lose, but how you conduct yourself when you know you are going to lose. But there is one more chapter to write. One final act in the Byzantine drama. Because Constantinople still stood, the walls still held, and the Ottomans were preparing for one last massive assault. Sultan Mehmed II, brilliant and ambitious and only 21 years old, had decided that he would be the one to finally take Constantinople. He had new weapons, massive cannons that could destroy any wall. He had a huge army, and he had the determination to succeed where so many others had failed. And in Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos prepared to defend his city with a tiny garrison, outdated weapons, and no realistic hope of victory. But he would defend it anyway, because that is what emperors do. That is what Byzantines do. The final siege of Constantinople. 53 days that would end 1100 years of history. A desperate defense against impossible odds. A heroic last stand that would become legend, and a fall that would echo through the centuries. That is where we go next, to the end, to the moment when the walls finally broke and Byzantium finally died, to the last emperor dying sword in hand, to the city that refused to surrender even when surrender was the only rational choice. Rest well, knowing we have walked through the twilight of an empire. Soon we will witness its final night. Sweet dreams. 53 days. That is how long it took to end 1123 years of history. 53 days of constant bombardment, desperate fighting, and slowly dwindling hope. 53 days watching the greatest walls in the medieval world crack under cannon fire. 53 days knowing that no help was coming, that defeat was certain, but fighting anyway because surrender was unthinkable. April 6th to May 29th, 1453, the last siege of Constantinople, when 7,000 defenders faced somewhere between 80,000 and 200,000 attackers. When medieval warfare met gunpowder age technology, when the last Roman emperor died sword in hand rather than abandon his city, when 11 centuries of Byzantine civilization finally, irreversibly came to an end. This is not just the story of a siege, it is the story of how you face the inevitable, how you choose courage over survival, how you write the last page of your civilization story, and how sometimes losing with dignity is more powerful than winning without it. Sultan Mehmed II was 21 years old in 1453, and he was obsessed with Constantinople. Not just interested, not just strategically focused, obsessed. He had become Sultan in 1451, and from day one, taking Constantinople was his singular goal. Previous Ottoman sultans had tried and failed. His own great-grandfather Bayezid I had besieged Constantinople in the early 1400s and failed. His father Murad II had attempted it and failed. The city's walls were too strong, the defenders too determined, the logistics too complex. Constantinople had defeated every attack for 1,000 years. But Mehmed was different. He was brilliant, ruthless, and he understood something his predecessors had not fully grasped. Gunpowder changed everything. Mehmed commissioned the largest cannons ever built. The most famous was designed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This monster was 27 feet long and could fire stone balls weighing 600 kilograms, over 1,300 pounds, over a mile. It took 60 oxen to move it, and a crew of hundreds to operate it. When it fired, the sound could be heard 10 miles away, and the recoil would bury it several feet into the ground. Orban had actually offered his services to Constantine first. The emperor wanted to hire him, but Constantinople was broke. They could not afford Orban's price, so Orban went to Mehmed, who paid him generously and asked, "Can you build me a cannon that will destroy the walls of Constantinople?" Orban said yes, and he did. Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos knew what was coming. Ottoman preparations were impossible to hide, a massive army assembling, giant cannons being cast and tested, ships being built, the entire Ottoman Empire mobilizing for one purpose, to take Constantinople. Constantine sent desperate appeals to Western Europe. He promised to reunite the churches, again. He begged for troops, ships, supplies. A few small contingents arrived. The Genoese sent 2 ships under the command of Giovanni Giustiniani, a professional soldier who was probably the best military commander available. Venice sent a few ships. The Pope sent some money. That was it. The total defending force was somewhere around 7,000 men. Maybe 8,000 if you count every able-bodied person who could hold a weapon. Against an Ottoman army of at least 80,000, some sources say 200,000, but medieval numbers are always exaggerated, so let us conservatively estimate around 80,000 to 100,000. 10 to 1 odds, maybe 15 to 1. And the Ottomans had cannons, gunpowder, unlimited supplies and time. The Byzantines had walls, desperation, and the knowledge that if they failed, their civilization ended. Constantine put Giustiniani in charge of defending the land walls, specifically the Mesotachion, the middle section that was the weakest point. Constantine himself would command troops near there as well. The Venetian Gabriele Trevisano would command the seawall defences. The Bocchiardi brothers from Genoa would hold the Blachinae section in the north. The defenders also had one ace up their sleeve, a massive chain across the Golden Horn entrance. This chain, floating on logs, was strong enough to prevent Ottoman ships from entering the harbour. It meant the Byzantines could focus on defending the land walls without worrying about naval attacks from that direction. On April 6th, 1453, the Ottoman army arrived and surrounded Constantinople completely. The siege had begun. Mehmed's strategy was systematic and terrifying. He positioned his giant cannons to bombard specific sections of the wall. Every day the bombardment would begin at dawn and continue until dusk. Stone balls weighing hundreds of pounds would smash into walls that were already 1,000 years old. The noise must have been unbearable, the ground shaking with each impact, dust and debris filling the air. And slowly, incredibly, the walls started to crack. The Theodosian walls, which had protected Constantinople since the 5th century, which had stopped Huns and Avars and Arabs and Bulgars and Crusaders, were finally meeting a force they could not withstand. But here is where the defenders showed their courage. Every night after the bombardment stopped, they would go out and repair the walls. They would fill the cracks with rubble, reinforce weak sections with timber and barrels filled with earth, rebuild collapsed sections as best they could. Then, at dawn, the Ottoman cannons would start again and undo all their work. Day after day, night after night. Bombardment, repair, bombardment, repair. The defenders were exhausted. They were running out of supplies, but they kept going. The Ottomans tried multiple assaults. On April 18, they attacked the weaker section of the wall. The defenders, led by Giustiniani, repelled them with heavy casualties on both sides. On April 20, something miraculous happened. 3 Genoese ships and 1 Byzantine imperial ship, carrying desperately needed supplies, managed to fight their way through the entire Ottoman fleet and reach Constantinople. The city went wild with celebration. It was a brief moment of hope in an increasingly hopeless situation. Mehmed was furious about the ships breaking through. His navy had failed him, so he decided to bypass the chain across the Golden Horn entirely. In one of the most audacious moves in military history, he had his engineers build a wooden road over the hills behind Galata, the Genoese colony north of the Horn. Then, on the night of April 22, the Ottomans dragged 70 ships overland, around the chain, and launched them into the Golden Horn from the other side. Imagine waking up in Constantinople on April 23rd and seeing 70 enemy ships in the harbour that had been empty the night before. The defenders were horrified. Now they had to defend the sea walls along the Golden Horn as well as the land walls. Their already tiny garrison was stretched even thinner. The defenders tried to destroy the Ottoman fleet with a nighttime raid using fire ships, basically boats filled with flammable materials that you set on fire and send toward enemy vessels. It failed. The Ottomans were ready, and the raid was a disaster. By early May, the situation was desperate. Food was running out, ammunition was low. The constant bombardment had created huge breaches in the walls that could barely be repaired anymore. The defenders were exhausted from fighting and repairing all day and night, and everyone knew no help was coming. On May 23, a small Venetian ship that had been sent to search for the relief fleet everyone hoped was coming returned with devastating news. There was no fleet, no help was on the way. Venice had decided not to send reinforcements. Constantinople was on its own. Constantine called a council. Some advisors suggested he should flee, escape while he still could, go to the Morea, where Byzantine control still existed, and continue the fight from there. The empire could survive even if the city fell. Constantine refused. There is a moment in every story when someone decides that some things are more important than survival. This was that moment for Constantine. He was the emperor of Constantinople. If Constantinople fell, he would fall with it. No running, no escape. He would die defending his city. On May 26th, Mehmed sent one final offer: surrender the city peacefully, and everyone could leave with their possessions. Constantine could rule the Morea as an Ottoman vassal. There would be no massacre, no looting. Constantine and his advisors debated. Everyone knew this was the rational choice. Surrender. Save the population. Live to fight another day. But Constantine said no. Constantinople was the new Rome, the city of Constantine protected by God. It would never surrender. Mehmed prepared for the final assault. He gave his troops 2 days to rest and pray. The Byzantines did the same. On May 28th, a solemn Vespers service was held in the Hagia Sophia. Constantine attended, along with representatives from both the Greek and Latin churches, enemies and rivals praying together because they knew they would die together. Constantine gave a final speech to his commanders. We do not have the exact words, but sources agree on the themes. He thanked them for their bravery. He reminded them what they were fighting for: faith, family, their civilization itself. He said that death in defense of Constantinople was the highest honor any man could achieve, and he asked them to fight one more time, knowing it was probably the last time. Then Constantine visited the walls, spoke to the soldiers, and returned to the palace for a few hours of rest before the final battle. Did he sleep? Did he pray? Did he think about the 1100 years of history that would end with him? We will never know. But when dawn came on May 29th, Constantine XI, Palaiologos was on the walls with his soldiers. The Ottoman assault began before dawn. The entire army attacked simultaneously at every point along the walls. The noise must have been apocalyptic. Cannons firing, soldiers screaming, drums beating, trumpets blaring. Wave after wave of Ottoman soldiers throwing themselves at the walls. The first wave was irregular troops, poorly trained, poorly armed, basically cannon fodder meant to exhaust the defenders. The Byzantines held. Then came the Anatolian regular troops, better trained and equipped. Still the defenders held, though casualties were mounting. Then came the Janissaries, the elite Ottoman troops, the best soldiers in the army. And this time the defenders were too exhausted, too few, too overwhelmed. Around dawn, disaster struck. Giovanni Giustiniani, who'd been defending the Mesotekion brilliantly, was hit by a bullet or cannonball. Sources disagree. He was badly wounded and asked to be taken to a ship to receive medical treatment. Constantine begged him to stay, knowing his presence was crucial for morale. But Giustiniani was in terrible pain and possibly dying. His men carried him away. When the defenders saw their best commander being carried off the battlefield, morale collapsed. Men started to panic. The defences began to crack, and then someone, we do not know who, left a small gate called the Kerkerporta unlocked. Some sources say it was an accident, others say it was betrayal, but that tiny unlocked gate, barely noticed in the chaos, allowed a small group of Janissaries to get inside the walls. Once the Janissaries were inside, it was over. They opened larger gates. More Ottoman troops poured through. The defenders were being overrun. Constantine saw what was happening. He knew the city was lost, and in that moment he made his final choice. Some sources say he threw off his imperial regalia so he could not be identified. Others say he kept them on, declaring, "The city has fallen and I am still alive." What we know for certain is that Constantine XI Palaiologos, last emperor of Byzantium, last emperor in the line that stretched back to Augustus Caesar, drew his sword and charged into the thick of battle. He was never seen again. His body was never definitively identified. Some say he died fighting near the St. Romanos Gate. Others say he died elsewhere in the chaos. But he died as an emperor defending his city, and his body was lost among the thousands of dead. The Ottomans poured into Constantinople. Mehmed had promised his troops 3 days of looting, a standard practice after storming a city. What followed was terrible, but predictable. Soldiers broke into homes, churches, and monasteries, taking everything valuable. Civilians were killed or enslaved. The Hagia Sophia, where thousands had taken refuge hoping for divine protection, was ransacked. The looters tore down the doors, took the gold and silver ornaments, and enslaved everyone inside. But here is something interesting about Mehmed. After 3 days, he stopped the looting. He declared Constantinople the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. He ordered churches to be respected. Some were converted to mosques, yes, but they were not destroyed. He invited the Greek population to return if they had fled. He appointed a new Orthodox patriarch and granted him significant authority over the Greek Orthodox community. Mehmed saw himself not as a destroyer of Byzantium but as its inheritor. He called himself Caesar, Kaiser-i Rum in Turkish, Caesar of Rome. He was claiming the Byzantine imperial legacy. In his mind, the empire had not ended, it had just changed management. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves across Europe. When news reached Venice, the Senate sat in stunned silence. In Rome, Pope Nicholas V called for a crusade to retake the city. Nobody came. Western Europe mourned Constantinople but did nothing to help. And in a way, that made sense. Because by 1453, Constantinople was already a relic. The real Byzantine Empire, the superpower that had dominated the Mediterranean, had died at Manzikert in 1071. Or maybe it died when the Fourth Crusade sacked the city in 1204. What fell in 1453 was a symbol, a shadow, a beautiful ghost clinging to existence through sheer willpower and historical inertia. But what a symbol, what a shadow, what a beautiful, defiant ghost. As you settle towards sleep tonight, think about that last day. Think about Constantine on the walls, knowing defeat was certain but fighting anyway. Think about 7,000 defenders holding off an army 10 times their size for 53 days. Think about the Hagia Sophia, filled with people praying for a miracle that would not come. Think about an empire that had survived for over a millennium finally, irrevocably, reaching its end. The fall of Constantinople was not just the end of a city or an empire. It was the end of an era, the end of the ancient world's last connection to the modern world, the end of the Roman Empire in any form, Eastern or Western, the end of 1100 years of continuous history, culture, and civilization. But endings are not erasures. What Constantinople represented did not die on May 29th, 1453. It transformed, it spread, it lived on in ways the last defenders could not have imagined, and that legacy, that undying ghost of Byzantium that haunts our world even now, that is where we turn for our final chapter. Because the story does not end with the fall. It ends with understanding what survives when empires die, what echoes through the centuries, what Byzantium gave to the world that we still carry with us today, the ghost that refused to vanish. Rest well, knowing we have witnessed the end of an empire. Soon we will discover what it left behind, sweet dreams. When an empire dies, where does it go? Does it simply vanish, erased from existence like words written in sand? Or does it transform into something else, something that lives on in languages, laws, art, ideas, and the very structure of the civilizations that came after? Byzantium fell on May 29th, 1453, but in a very real sense, it never died. Its ghost walks among us still. Every time you use a legal term derived from Roman law, that is Byzantium. Every time you see a dome on a building, that is Byzantine architecture influencing the world. Every time you look at religious art featuring golden halos and solemn faces, that is the Byzantine icon tradition. The empire ended, but what it created, what it preserved, what it gave to the world, that endures. This is the story of what survives when empires fall. The undying legacy of Byzantium, the ghost that refuses to rest. Let us start with Russia, because Russia's entire identity for centuries was built on the idea that they were the successors to Byzantium. When Constantinople fell, the Russians declared Moscow to be the third Rome. The logic went like this: Rome was the first Rome, Constantinople was the second Rome, and now that Constantinople had fallen to the infidels, Moscow was the third and final Rome, destined to protect Orthodox Christianity until the end of days. This was not just propaganda. The Russians genuinely saw themselves as inheriting the Byzantine mantle. In 1472, less than 20 years after Constantinople fell, Grand Prince Ivan III of Moscow married Sophia Palaiologina, the niece of Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor. Through this marriage, Ivan claimed a dynastic connection to the Byzantine throne. Ivan adopted the Byzantine double-headed eagle as Russia's symbol. It is still Russia's coat of arms today. He hired Byzantine artists and architects. He imported Byzantine court ceremonies. He called himself Tsar, which is just the Russian pronunciation of Caesar. When Russians said Tsar, they meant Caesar, they meant emperor, they meant the heir to Rome and Byzantium. This Byzantine identity shaped Russia for centuries. The Russian Orthodox Church saw itself as the guardian of true Christianity, the heir to Constantinople's theological tradition. Russian emperors saw themselves as protectors of Orthodox Christians everywhere. Even the Russian approach to diplomacy, Byzantine in its complexity and cunning, traced back to Constantinople's influence. Think about that. An empire that fell in 1453 shaped Russian identity well into the 20th century. When the Bolsheviks overthrew the Tsar in 1917, they were ending a dynasty that had defined itself through its connection to Byzantium for over 400 years. But Russia was not the only heir. The Ottoman Empire itself became Byzantine in many ways. Mehmed II did not just conquer Constantinople, he tried to become it. He claimed the title Caesar of Rome. He preserved the Byzantine administrative structure. He kept many Byzantine officials in their positions, just working for him now instead of for Constantine. The Ottoman court adopted Byzantine ceremonial practices. The Topkapi Palace, built by Mehmed, incorporated Byzantine architectural elements. The Ottoman system of governance borrowed heavily from Byzantine models. Even the Ottoman approach to managing a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire echoed Byzantine precedents. And the Hagia Sophia? Mehmed converted it into a mosque, yes. But he was so awed by its beauty that he preserved it carefully, made it the model for Ottoman imperial mosques. The great mosques of Istanbul, the Süleymaniye, the Blue Mosque, all show Byzantine architectural influence. They are basically Byzantine buildings adapted for Islamic worship. The dome of the Hagia Sophia cast a shadow over Islamic architecture for centuries. So in a weird way, Byzantium conquered its conquerors. The Ottomans destroyed the Byzantine Empire but absorbed its culture, its administrative genius, its architectural vision. The student became the teacher. Now let us talk about Western Europe, because this is where Byzantium's legacy gets really fascinating. Remember those Byzantine scholars we talked about, the ones who fled to Italy as the empire was collapsing? They did not just bring books, they brought an entire intellectual tradition that the West had lost. When Manuel Chrysoloras arrived in Florence in 1397 and started teaching Greek, it was revolutionary. Suddenly, Italian humanists could read Plato in the original language for the first time in centuries. They could study Greek mathematics, Greek philosophy, Greek drama, Greek history, all directly from the source instead of through poor Latin translations or Arab intermediaries. Cardinal Bessarion, that Byzantine scholar who stayed in Italy after a church council, built one of the greatest libraries in Europe. His collection contained over 800 Greek manuscripts. When he died, he donated his entire library to Venice, where it became the core of the Bibliotheca Marciana, one of the world's great research libraries. To this day, scholars study those Byzantine manuscripts that Bessarion saved. George of Trebizond, John Argyropoulos, Demetrios Chalkokondyles, these Byzantine refugees taught at universities across Italy. They trained the generation of scholars who would create the Renaissance. When we talk about the Renaissance as a rebirth of classical learning, we often forget who provided the originals that were being reborn. Byzantine scholars, Byzantine manuscripts, Byzantine knowledge preserved through the empire's darkest centuries. Think about what this means. The Italian Renaissance, which shaped modern Western culture, science, art, philosophy, was sparked in part by Byzantine refugees fleeing a dying empire. Byzantium's intellectual tradition did not die. It transformed into the foundation of modern European thought. And the manuscripts themselves? Hundreds of ancient Greek texts survive today only because Byzantine scribes copied them over and over through the centuries. Plato's Republic, Aristotle's works, the Greek tragedies, Euclid's geometry, Galen's medical texts, all preserved by Byzantine monasteries and scriptoria. If Constantinople had fallen earlier, if the Byzantines had not preserved these texts for 1,000 years, much of ancient Greek literature and philosophy would be lost forever. We would not have Sophocles or Euripides or most of Plato. The Western intellectual tradition would have a massive gap in it. Byzantium was the bridge between the ancient world and the modern world. Without that bridge, the connection breaks. Let us talk about law. Roman law, codified and organized by Justinian in the 6th century into the Corpus Juris Civilis, became the foundation of legal systems across Europe. France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Scotland. All of them based their legal codes on Justinian's work. Even Louisiana in the United States uses a legal system derived ultimately from Roman law through French codes. When you hear legal terms like habeas corpus, pro bono, prima facie, that is Latin legal terminology that traces back through European legal tradition to Byzantine Roman law. When courts talk about precedent and legal principles, they are using concepts that the Byzantines preserved and transmitted from ancient Rome. Justinian's legal code was not just a Byzantine achievement, it was a gift to Western civilization that continues giving every single day in courtrooms around the world. Now let us talk about religion, because Byzantine Christianity shaped the faith of hundreds of millions of people. Orthodox Christianity, the form of Christianity that developed in Constantinople, spread to Russia, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and eventually around the world. Today, there are over 260 million Orthodox Christians globally. The theology, the liturgy, the icon tradition, the ecclesiastical structure, all of this was developed and refined in Byzantium. When you walk into an Orthodox church anywhere in the world and see icons covering the walls, that is Byzantine artistic tradition. When you hear Orthodox liturgical chanting, you are hearing music that evolved in Constantinople. When you see Orthodox priests with long beards and elaborate vestments, you are seeing Byzantine customs preserved for centuries. The Great Schism of 1054 created a permanent division between Catholic and Orthodox Christianity, but that division also preserved a distinct Christian tradition that might otherwise have been absorbed into Catholic uniformity. Orthodox Christianity is Byzantium's living religious legacy. Even the word Byzantine itself has entered our language as an adjective meaning complex, intricate, characterized by elaborate scheming. Byzantine politics, Byzantine bureaucracy, Byzantine intrigue. We use the word to describe anything that is labyrinthine complicated. Is this fair to Byzantium? Not really. The Byzantines were sophisticated, yes, but no more devious than any other medieval power. But the stereotype stuck, and in a weird way it is a compliment. We associate Byzantine with intelligence, with complexity, with being too clever for simple folk to understand. The double-headed eagle became a symbol of power and continuity. Russia used it, as we mentioned, but so did the Holy Roman Empire, and Austria, and Serbia, and Albania, and Montenegro. The Byzantine imperial symbol spread across Europe and became a mark of imperial ambition and legitimacy. Even today you can find the double-headed eagle on flags and coats of arms around the world, each one a distant echo of Byzantine imperial iconography. In art and architecture, Byzantine influence is everywhere if you know where to look. The dome as the architectural feature. Byzantium popularized it and perfected it. Yes, the Romans had domes, but the Byzantines took the concept and created the pendentive dome, the technique that lets you put a circular dome on a square building. Every domed building you see, from the Capitol in Washington to St. Paul's in London, owes something to Byzantine engineering. Mosaics as an art form reached their peak in Byzantium. Those glittering gold backgrounds, the stylized figures, the way light plays off tiny coloured glass tiles, that is Byzantine artistic genius. You can see Byzantine mosaic influence in Islamic art, in Italian Renaissance art, even in modern art movements. And let us not forget the practical stuff. The Byzantines invented Greek fire, which we talked about. But they also developed advanced medicine, sophisticated agriculture techniques, complex hydraulic engineering. The astrolabe that medieval sailors used to navigate, Byzantine improvements on Greek designs, double-entry bookkeeping that made modern commerce possible. Some historians trace it to Byzantine accounting practices. The fork as an eating utensil became popular in Europe partly because a Byzantine princess brought gold forks with her when she married a Venetian doge in the 11th century. The Venetians thought it was scandalously decadent at first, eating with a fork instead of your fingers. But eventually the practice spread. Every time you use a fork, you are participating in a habit that spread from Byzantium. Here is something that fascinates me. Constantinople, or Istanbul as it is now called, is still one of the world's great cities. Still a crossroads between Europe and Asia. Still strategically important. Still beautiful. The Hagia Sophia still stands, still magnificent 1500 years after Justinian built it. Those Byzantine walls, battered by Ottoman cannons, still partially stand. Byzantine churches, converted to mosques or museums, still dot the city. You can visit Istanbul today and walk through Byzantine history. See the Hagia Sophia. Walk along the Theodosian walls. Visit the Chora Church with its incredible Paleologian mosaics. Stand in the Hippodrome where chariot races were held and where the Nika riots exploded. The physical remains of Byzantium are still there, still speaking to us across the centuries, and archaeologists keep finding more. Underwater excavations have discovered Byzantine shipwrecks. Excavations uncover Byzantine neighborhoods. Recently, researchers using advanced imaging discovered that many Byzantine manuscripts are palimpsests. Older texts were scraped off and the parchment reused. By imaging the faded earlier text, they have recovered lost Byzantine works that no one knew existed. This scholarly study of Byzantium is more vibrant now than it has been in centuries. Universities around the world have Byzantine studies programs. Conferences bring together scholars to study everything from Byzantine economics to Byzantine poetry. New books about Byzantium come out constantly, revealing new insights into this empire that we are still trying to fully understand. Why does Byzantium still fascinate us? Maybe because it is the ultimate story of survival against odds. An empire that should have died a dozen times but kept clinging to existence through sheer determination. An empire that faced catastrophe after catastrophe and found ways to endure. Or maybe it fascinates us because it is a reminder that civilizations do not really die, they transform. Rome became Byzantium. Byzantium became the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire and the Italian Renaissance. Each transformation preserved something while creating something new. Or maybe we're drawn to Byzantium because it shows us that power is temporary, but culture is permanent. The Byzantine Empire ended in 1453, but Byzantine culture, its art, its ideas, its innovations, lives on. Military empires rise and fall in a few generations. Cultural empires last forever. The solidus that Constantine introduced? It remained stable for 700 years and became the foundation of medieval European monetary systems. That is influence. The Hagia Sophia that Justinian built? It still takes your breath away 1500 years later. That is legacy. The Greek manuscripts that Byzantine monks copied by candlelight? They sparked the Renaissance and shaped modern thought. That is immortality. Byzantium survived for 1123 years. That alone is remarkable. But what is even more remarkable is that elements of Byzantine civilization have now lasted for over 1600 years, from Constantine's founding of Constantinople in 330 to our present day. The ghost of Byzantium has walked among us twice as long as the empire itself existed. So when I say Byzantium never died, I mean it literally. The empire ended. But what the empire created, what it preserved, what it stood for, that lives on in 1,000 subtle and not so subtle ways. Every time someone swears an oath on a Bible, using a tradition preserved by the Byzantine Church. Every time a student reads Plato, studying a text preserved by Byzantine scribes. Every time someone sees a domed building and feels awe, experiencing an emotion that Byzantine architects designed into their masterpieces. Byzantium endures. Constantine XI died defending Constantinople in 1453, but Constantine I's city still stands. Justinian's cathedral still inspires. Basil's empire still echoes. The civilization they built outlasted them by centuries and continues to shape our world today. And that, ultimately, is the most important lesson Byzantium teaches us. Empires are temporary, civilizations are forever. Military power fades, cultural influence grows. What you build with swords will crumble. What you build with ideas will outlast the stones themselves. Byzantium, the empire that refused to die, the city that survived everything until finally it could not, the civilization that gave us so much and asked so little in return except to be remembered. We have remembered, and we will continue remembering, because some stories are too important to forget, some legacies too precious to lose, some ghosts too beautiful to exorcise. So here we are, at the end of our journey through 1100 years of Byzantine history. We have walked through Constantine's founding of the New Rome, through Justinian's plague and conquests, through the fires of Greek fire and the brutality of Basil Bulgar Slayer. We have witnessed the Great Schism, the disaster at Manzikert, the restoration under the Komnenoi, and the betrayal of the Fourth Crusade. We have seen the Paleologian twilight and the final siege. We have watched an empire rise, peak, decline, endure, and finally fall. And now we understand that the fall was not the end, just a transformation into something that exists beyond empires and armies. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the golden streets of Constantinople, through the bloody battlefields of Anatolia, through the libraries filled with ancient wisdom and the walls that held back the darkness for 1,000 years. Thank you for listening to these stories of emperors and soldiers, scholars and saints, heroes and villains, and all the complicated human beings in between. Byzantium is gone, but Byzantium lives, and as long as there are people who care about history, who appreciate beauty, who value the preservation of knowledge and the endurance of civilization against all odds, Byzantium will never truly die. The empire fell 572 years ago. But the story continues. The ghost still haunts us, and that ghost whispers a message across the centuries that what we create with our minds and hearts outlasts what we conquer with our swords, that civilization is worth defending even when defense seems hopeless, and that sometimes the most important thing is not whether you win or lose, but how you face the inevitable with courage and grace. This has been the story of Byzantium, 1100 years of power, gold, and survival. An empire that should not have lasted but did. A civilization that fell but never died. A ghost that refuses to rest. And if you have stayed with me until the end of this long journey, I have more stories to tell you, more empires to explore, more forgotten histories to resurrect, more ghosts to meet in the quiet hours of the night. So until our next journey together through history's forgotten corners and half-remembered wonders, rest well. Dream of golden domes and marble streets, of walls that held for 1,000 years and libraries filled with wisdom, of emperors who refused to surrender and scholars who preserved light in dark times. The Byzantine Empire is dead. Long live Byzantium. Sweet dreams, and thank you for walking this long road through history with me. I will see you again soon, with new stories, new wonders, and new journeys through the strange and beautiful tapestry of human history. Good night.